Hello, hello everyone. Hello to all of our first timers here. Thank you for stopping in and chatting. Hello, Mambo. And Bigfoot's, definitely not boyfriend. That's definitely not what I thought that said. Honey Tree, Shy Sprout, Zephyr. How are we all doing today? No audio issues today, right? We're not gonna do that today. I can be Bigfoot's boyfriend. We're doing a friends to lovers arc. I love that for you. I think that's pretty iconic. Baby isn't agreeing with Pineapple right now. I mean, I can kind of get that. Pineapple's really good, don't get me wrong, but it's also kind of crazy in your mouth, so... First time here, your week 4 update popped up on my Instagram, scrolling a few days ago, and I had to go to your page and watch all the updates. Thank you for that, Carol. That's so sweet. Happy to have you here. You got Spirit City a few days ago and you're loving it? Hell yeah. Quality game, for sure. Let's see. Where do I want to go for right now? Let's give my desk some love. I feel like I'm never over here. It's because there's no, like, knitting option, which feels like an oversight in my opinion, but still pretty freaking cozy. Let's pick a new buddy for today too. Why not? I love Lenny, but let's get some variety going. Look, oh my god. That's so sweet. Oh, you're Seahorse Dad. Okay, baby not agreeing with Pineapple in the tummy. That's a bummer. You're ill, take a bow. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Well, hopefully it'll be nice chill vibes to keep you company. OBS is actually showing me the ad break timer today, so there will be a little ad in about 10 seconds here. So everybody brace for impact, please. Oh wait, that was the end of the ad break. I was not paying attention. Okay, the ad break should be over now. Hello everyone that was caught behind the ad break. Yes, take a bow. I'm so sorry to hear that you're ill, but thank you for joining us, and hopefully there's some nice chill vibes to keep you company, help you feel a little better. They're adding painting in a few days with the Halloween update. That is so exciting. Oh my god, Halloween update in a few days. I was planning anyway to go full Halloween for October, but, clearly I'm on the right track with that. Pineapple likes the taste of you too, for real. Hello again. Hi Radios, thank you for joining us. You're still waiting for it to go on sale? I bet it'll go on sale soon. I mean, if not, you can always get the base game and wait for see if the DLC will go on sale. That's what I did. I just went ahead and got the base game because it was only like $11 or $12. Not too bad. And then I'm gonna wait and see if there's sales on the DLC before I go all in on those. Thank you so much for the Prime subscription there,
Carol
Geraldine
Beamer
Warner.
just subscribed with Prime.
I really appreciate that. Alright, I suppose we can go ahead and get started here. True to form, rolling straight out of bed, getting started on this. Mr. Jones, thank you for joining us. Welcome in. I love that little dancing dinosaur. That might be one of my favorite emotes on Twitch. I gotta add to my emotes since y'all are being so sweet and subscribing. I don't have all of my slots filled up yet. I'm gonna have to... I like to make my own stuff, so all of the emotes that I currently have are things that I made myself. But, you know, it just takes more time than you would think that it does to make emotes. I always say people think that because something is small that it's easier, and in fact I think small simple things take a very special skill set and can often be more difficult because of the legibility of them and also the design interest. You know, if something is small, you're working with fewer elements, it's more difficult to make it interesting, right? So logo design is actually very tricky for that reason. And that's why you get so many corporate logos that look all the same, right? Because you're trying to maintain that legibility when you're working with such a small amount of space. So I enjoy making all of my own assets, but it is a lot of extra work for me. So I will probably go on Etsy and purchase some to fill up the rest of those slots. And then we can have animated emotes in here, which is so cool. I love that they added that. When I first started streaming, that wasn't a thing, but now they have additional animated emote slots, which I love that. I feel like I can zoom in just a tiny bit more here. There we go. It's like I want to make sure I have enough space that I don't drift out of the frame, but I also want you guys to be able to see what I'm doing. You've decided on your tapestry. You're no longer turning it in. Oh, you're no longer turning it? You don't like the wrong side facing you? That is totally fair. That is totally fair. See, I don't like the idea of having so many tails at the beginning and the end, but I think that's totally valid. And I think it does generally give a more even look if you don't turn it. Your stitches will stack on top of each other a bit straighter. So I know a lot of people ask me if I'm turning my work or not, because I think it looks pretty uniform. But that is all an illusion because it is so small. Like anytime I get straight lines, you know, what should just be like an example right here. This path through town right here. This is just a stack of single crochet, but you can see how wobbly it is. But a lot of that gets hidden because of how tiny the stitches are. So you won't have to deal with that if you're not turning. That's awesome. It's interesting how far you've come with this. Yeah, no, for real. I probably could make halfway happen before the next update, but I think I'm just gonna take it easy, and then next week on stream we'll do the last row to complete the first half of the map, and then we'll do the first row of the second half of the map, if that makes sense. So that'll be fun. It'll be a momentous occasion. But yeah, it's like weird to think about how much of my life I've spent on this. You know, like everybody's always commenting on it, obviously, but it has been such a, like, you know, transition project for me. Obviously didn't start it right at the exact same time when I started testosterone, but pretty close. How many hours total do you think you've put in so far? Oh my god. And that you're a week behind as you're making this, I'm growing a baby. I think what you're doing is more impressive, honestly. Yeah. But no, I think it's so cool that we're doing it together. Oh god, how many hours? It's difficult for me to say, Honey Tree, because I don't time myself. I don't like, it stresses me out. So I don't have exact numbers for anything except, you know, obviously time spent on stream, and that's skewed by streaming things. So let's see. I'm gonna just do an estimate of probably 2.5 hours per row. I know that my timing for rows is all over the place, but why not? So let me do some math here really quick, because this is too many numbers for in my head. So if we've got 2.5 hours per row, and I'm on I think 126. Yeah, I mean, I think saying easily over 300 hours sounds fair. It's been a lot. It's been a really long time. A lot of time is how long it's taken me. I went back and watched your week 3 video and your voice has dropped so much. It's amazing and I'm so happy for you. Thank you. I'm really happy with it too. You know, a lot of people don't get the dramatic voice change, especially not this early. This is pretty soon for my voice to be changing like this, because I was only on T for 2 months when it started, so that week 3 video was like me 2 months on T. So, roughly. So it did its business, you know. I'm very happy about it, because that was definitely something that I was hoping would change. Now I get big time morning voice, which is fun. You'll be lurking while you craft, Mr. Jones. Thank you so much. Happy crafting. Happy to have you here. You've been working with a latch hook? That definitely counts, yeah. Latch hook is fun. I did a little bit of that once upon a time. I think my aunt got me like a latch hook kit or something. One of those ones that's like you can make a little square that looks like a kitty cat, you know? They're cute. The temptation to do every single fiber art that involves yarn is so strong. Hi, Scarlet Quill, welcome in. Dr. Phone Tag, ugh. I mean, I wouldn't even call you late at this point. We really just got started. I hope that that goes well, though, and that you get your doctor issues settled quickly. No more phone tag today. You know, I feel like it only ever takes one good call for them to just be like, oh yeah, we figured everything out. You don't have to do this anymore. What a nightmare, though. I hate phone tag. It was definitely very noticeable when I binged your updates the other day. Yeah, no, sometimes I go back and listen to it and get jump scared by my own voice back during week 3 because it's just so different, and it's like I've never enjoyed how I used to sound. Like, that was something that always bothered me, like, my whole life. I've never liked my voice. So going back and hearing it is just weird for me, because it's always been weird for me to hear that voice. So the difference is that now it's not weird for me. Now it's nice. You know, now I feel like I can listen to myself. I think that was definitely something that, like, held me back before from making content, was just that I didn't want to have to, like, listen to myself while I was recording and stuff. It just didn't sound like me. You're doing a Homer Simpson? Oh, with your latch hook? My brain just jumped straight to resting a beer can on your baby bump. But that makes more sense. Homer Simpson latch hook sounds amazing. We'll see if work internet holds up because it's such a good background. Hell yeah. That's nice to be able to do something for work where you can watch videos in the background for sure. You think the deeper pitch suits me way better? I appreciate that. I feel like it does. It's so weird too, because it's like, I always kind of felt in my head that I sounded like this. Like, this was my expectation for what I would hear out loud, you know? And obviously we do all sound a little bit different in our own heads because of, you know, how sound waves work and stuff. So it's normal for your voice to sound different out loud than you think it does. But I feel like it always sounded so different for me. Like, now what I hear in my head is the same as what is actually being heard by everyone else. Like, I hear what you guys are hearing. But before, I thought, I would think that I was lowering my voice or something. You know, I would believe that I was successfully doing that, and then I would listen to myself, and it just didn't sound like that at all. It was always so weird for me to be like, I just feeling so disconnected from my own voice. You're also going to be lurking while you do some schoolwork? Hell yeah. Good luck to you on that. You work at a slow movie theater so you can have stuff running in your ear and you can occasionally crochet. Oh, that's nice. That's nice that you can have that downtime at work. It's the worst when, like, there's nothing to do, but if you're not doing anything, they get mad at you, you know? You wish you worked at a movie theater? One of my friends, when I was in high school, worked in a movie theater, and they would always come home with ginormous bags of popcorn. Doing some work and crafting with friends while you watch? Oh my gosh, you got a whole watch party going over there? Hi everyone, thank you for hanging out. What is everyone working on? What's the craft circle up to? You throw away so much at the end of the night if you don't sell it? Yeah, absolutely, that's exactly it. Popcorn's gotta go somewhere, and I appreciate that, you know, because I worked at Whole Foods for quite a while, and most things got donated to food banks, which is great, you know, but if it wasn't going to get donated to the food bank, they would still have rathered things got thrown away than give it to employees. So I really appreciate it anytime a store is like, I would rather somebody eat this than it go in the trash, you know, that's how it should be. You're making mesh sleeves you can wear on Halloween. That's so fun. I wish that I had more time for making something for Halloween this year. But at least I have my skeleton duster. That's my every year thing that I wear now. You mostly stay home with your daughter, but work 1 or 2 days a week at a small toy and game store. When it's slow, you get to play board games. It's easier to sell games if you know how to play them. Absolutely. That sounds so fun. You trade leftover popcorn for eggs. You got a good system going. Your froggy woe has been repaired. I'm so happy to hear that. I want popcorn. We're giving the pregnant people cravings in here, y'all. You're working, Blondicorn, you're working on a shawl for your mom. That's so awesome. Well, if anybody is unaware, if you are not part of the Discord, there is a Discord server. Anyone is welcome to join. We are trans and non-binary focused, and, you know, obviously my expertise is crochet, but, you know, allies are welcome to hop in. And, you know, any fiber artists, we encourage people to post things other than just their fiber arts work. So, I can definitely post the invite link in here for anyone that is interested in hopping in. May take me a minute to approve you, just because I do manually, you know, me or one of the mods who do manual approval. But y'all are welcome to join in if you would like to. And post those pictures of what you're working on. You've got cross stitch today, a Stardew pattern for Colorfully Sarah for your friend's PhD grad gift, from Colorfully Sarah, and then a spooky little ghost pattern. That's so fun. When I used to cater, the owner made sure everyone ate at the end of the night for no charge. That's absolutely. Take care of your employees. That's great. You're gonna count your stitches. Yes, fingers crossed. You got this. Hi, Lisa Vibes. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. I'm gonna pin this. Happy to have you. Yeah, we've had some real fun stuff in Discord since last time. It's been so cool. See what everyone is up to. Let's see. Am I going to frame or hang this when I'm done with it? Yes. So I have a spot on my wall to the left of my desk. And this map is actually the perfect size to go there. It is like just a little bit smaller than the width of that piece of wall. And so it's gonna get hung up over there. I'm going to cut a piece of backing board so that there is a little bit of tension on these stitches so that they stay nice and open. And then I will sandwich that backing board in between the map and a piece of felt backing. I have an example. This is Sebastian. I did Sebastian the same way, so you can see how stiff he is, because he's got a piece of backing board in there, and then felt on the back, and those two pieces are sewn together. So that is what I will be doing with the map on a much larger scale. I'm thinking about how I can get a piece of metal in there, maybe, and then I can have a magnetic surface, because my intention is to make... I have a mod that shows you where all of the different villagers are on your big map. So it indicates which villager is which with just like their head. And so I want to make little magnet versions of those, and then I could stick them on the map and move them around. So that's my long-term plan. I tried crocheting and it was so hard, so doing it this teeny is amazing. It definitely is not like the first thing that I would recommend people do starting this small. I think definitely starting around worsted weight or Aran weight yarn is probably the way to go. I think that's definitely easier for beginners. And like a nice acrylic or maybe even a cotton, something that is wound nice and tight so that you don't have a lot of splitting going on, is definitely going to be easier to learn with, for sure. Hello, found the stream by pure chance and you're loving the vibes. Oh, welcome in. That's cool that you just stumbled upon it. Are you allowed to post ultrasound pictures in media chat? Absolutely. Absolutely. Somebody recommended me yesterday. Well, I'm so glad that they did too. I appreciate all of the chatter that I've been hearing about. Somebody told me they overheard some strangers on the bus or something talking about this project, which is like so wild and bizarre to me. You know, I feel like I exist in the wild almost, knowing that people are just talking about this amongst themselves. So I think that's so cool. People are sharing it with each other. Are all those tails just tails, or do you get to reuse the threads in the next row when the color is needed again? Yes. So correct. Both. The answer is both indeed. So you can see what I'm working with right now is floss that is already attached. So the really long pieces are stuff that I'm going to keep using in this general area. So whether that's going across or going up, if the stitches are close enough together, then I can keep, you know, using the thread. When it starts to get around like 8 stitches apart or 8 rows apart, that's when I may start cutting a new piece, just so that I can avoid too much buckling, things like that. But I do carry a lot of my floss through the work, yes. And that's why it looks, well, that's not why it looks so crazy. The reason it looks so crazy is because of how many ends there are, but the ends are much shorter. Unless, in some cases, I cut a piece that was too long because I anticipated carrying it for farther through the map, and then I didn't, so periodically I'll go and trim those random long pieces. But yes, there is a method to all of that madness back there, for sure. You posted the recent pictures? Hell yeah. That's so cute that there are 2 map babies that are right around the same age that the map is, that are growing alongside the project. So, and a puppy, I believe. It's either a puppy or a kitten, but I'm pretty sure it's a puppy that was like born at the same time as the map started. So, what a legacy. I wanted to say that you love the hot dog sweater from the studio tour. Oh, thank you. I'm hoping to finish it, you know, for this winter. Should be a fun piece to wear. It hasn't been cool enough yet to even think about working on it, but I am finishing up a commission this week, so that will open me up to working on other side projects again. How long have I been working on it? So I just posted the 25-week update yesterday. So, you know, 6 months basically. Which is crazy. But I mean, I guess kind of a good sign that I'm approaching halfway at the 6-month mark. Gives me hope that I can actually keep this within a year time slot. I was hoping to get it done originally before December was out, but my pace did slow down a lot in this second quarter of the map because all the detail is so much more dense than it was in the first quarter of the map. The first quarter was very easy because it was just all of this ocean. You believe in me? Thank you, Mambo. So the second quarter has been a lot more detailed, but I looked ahead, and the third quarter is going to be a similar level of detail to the second quarter, I feel like. But then the fourth quarter at the very top, there's a lot more open space going on there, so I may be able to pick up a little bit of speed right at the end. So that could definitely help. But I will be recalculating like all of my estimates and everything when I make the update for the halfway mark, which will be soon. Probably not this next update, but the one after that, because I am anticipating getting to hit the halfway mark and pass it on stream with everyone. I think that'll be a fun way to do it. Bigfoot situationship. Wait, what? Why did I just now realize? Hang on. Bigfoot's BFF, I need you to come back and talk to Bigfoot situationship. Because there's 2 of you now. Unless you changed your name. But I want to believe that there are 2 of you. It's still you? Oh my god! You got me. I got really excited for a second. I was like, hang on! This is like the 3rd baby all over again. I thought there were 3 map babies earlier, and it's just because somebody changed their Twitch profile picture, and I don't pay attention to people's names. I love that you changed it to Bigfoot situationship. That's beautiful. Update? Yes, this is Bigfoot's BFF is here. As Bigfoot situationship. So we have a relationship update. Love the discourse about Bigfoot's love life? Of course. Welcome in, Emo Lawn Flamingo. Speaking of great names. It's like last time, what was it we ended off with last time? A discussion about cults and meteorology? We have great conversations here. You finished your roast and now you're making popcorn? Yes. As the prophecy foretold. I'm glad you are answering your craving. Maybe baby will like this better than pineapple. I have no idea if it's your voice or the vibes that soothe your former dumpster cat Butter. But we have another momentous moment. He ate treats out of your hand. Oh my god. Hello, Butter. Thank you so much for the Prime subscription.
SB1R1T_0F_V3 and 34 North Carolina 3 just subscribed with Prime.
Brian was very confused by your username, but I understand you, Spirit of Vengeance. Thank you so much for the subscription. I really appreciate that. You changed your TikTok picture and your name. Okay, see, it's not my fault. How am I supposed to know? I thought that was a different name. Okay, I'm not as bad as I thought. Cause there's somebody else who posts on every single one of my TikToks to check on me. And I was very proud of myself because they changed their profile picture at one point. But I had, like, for some reason, made note of their username the week before. So I like caught it. I caught that it was them. So I was like, hopefully I'm not that bad. Oh my gosh. So you were just trying to trick me. Dying at the addition of North Carolina. I know. I'm like, why did we go? Why did we go there with the letters? Like, why are we? He didn't do that for any of the other letters, did he? Oh, I guess because NC, he thought it was an abbreviation for North Carolina. But, like, he doesn't normally read acronyms or abbreviations. Yeah, that's weird. It's like I can understand the logic of it, but, like, since when does Brian have logic? Brian is the name of that, automated voice, by the way, if you are unaware. They have different names for all of the different, like, presets that you can choose. You cleaned out the pantry and threw away the popcorn? Oh. Well, you're just gonna have to do something crazy. Because you have to have popcorn. It's a pregnancy craving, right? So, legally, they have to give it to you. Never mind, you're just too short and didn't see it. It's a miracle! I like to think that you and Raven worked together, that Raven flew up and pushed it off the top shelf for you. What a beautiful ecosystem this chat is. Should I eat a plum, pear, or a pomegranate after I finish this row? Ooh, tough choice. All three? I am partial to a pear, but I think that you should go with whichever one feels the most perfectly ripe. Because it'll be more satisfying if it's just right. A pear with cheese? Ooh, now we're talking. Y'all are gonna make me hungry. I haven't eaten yet because I just like rolled out of bed into streaming, so I may need to take a break at some point to go get a snack. I'm not ready yet. It's fine. I'm not complaining about being hungry right now, but y'all keep talking about food, you're gonna get to me. I do have my rice cakes. My rice cakes are my lifeline, honestly. I keep them stocked because when in doubt, I know I can eat the rice cakes and that they're safe and that they're not gonna hurt me. Oh yeah, speaking of. So remember last stream how I was drinking my chai latte, right? Delicious. So that day, I got so excited about having chai latte mix that I drank 3 of them, and then I had a gallbladder attack because I had too much caffeine. So they were just so good. So I was smart, and this time I got the decaf concentrate. At least I feel like I know why it happened. It really gets to me when stuff like that happens and it's like, oh, okay, I guess this can just occur at any time. But I had previously done some research and it looks like caffeine can cause your gallbladder to constrict, which releases bile and, you know, in turn, your gallstones. So for me, it has been helpful, I think, limiting fat and limiting caffeine. Only have to put up with this shit until December. So that'll be nice. Um, you're so right about the ripeness. Yes, I hope you find one that's like literally the perfect amount of ripe. One time you found a chocolate cheese at a grocery store and bought it. It was super weird, but it was super good with pears. Oh, okay. See, okay, you found a way to make that work, because I could see that being strange, yeah. Someone said pumpkin swirl bread on the Discord earlier and talking about the color of their cats, but it really made you want pumpkin stuff. I bet, I mean, 'tis the season, right? I bet you can find some pretty easy. I tried a recipe that, don't laugh, that I found on TikTok. And somebody had a bag of the Betty Crocker chocolate chip cookie mix, which is like all of the powdered ingredients, like cake mixes. And then instead of putting any of the standard wet ingredients in it, they just mixed in a can of pumpkin puree and baked it. And I thought that sounded really good, along with some pumpkin spice. I didn't love it, ultimately. But if you are more amenable to the taste of pumpkin, it may be up your alley. I think that's my problem, is that I like pumpkin spice, but I don't really like how pumpkin tastes that much. It's just kind of a little bit too grassy for me, I think, so. But, good thing that you can keep on hand, and it was really easy. Just make sure that it's thin if you're gonna try it, because mine was definitely too thick and it took forever to bake. You had rough insomnia last night and your various stimulants have not made you more awake, but they're giving you like the big heart palpitations. Yeah, that sucks. Not the same, but you feel, yeah, about being betrayed by the caffeine. Yeah. It's a bummer because it's like so nice to have, but it'll get you. Can't wait for Cup to bring their pumpkin flavors. They're your favorite. Hell yeah. How do you think I feel? They're my cats, and now that's all I can think when I see them loafing. Just gonna make you hungry every time you look at them. I mean, does anybody else look at their cats and just think about wanting to nibble on their sweet little feet because they're so cute? You know, you get the cuteness aggression, and then I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop right there. They're just so cute. You could eat them up. Your popcorn burnt? You're allowed to make another one if you want to. All this pumpkin talk is making me want to ask my mom for her old pumpkin roll recipe. I think this is a sign that you should. You like to use the leftover jack-o'-lantern guts to make pumpkin cake, but you blend it to make it less stringy. Yeah, hell yeah, that's a great idea. I think there are specific pumpkins you can get, right, that are meant to be eaten versus the usual ones that you get as a jack-o'-lantern, so that would probably help too, but I'm obviously, you know, the jack-o'-lantern ones are edible too, so. You're a little freak for flavors and weird combos. You gotta keep it fun and fresh. Good thing you don't need pumpkin to use pumpkin spice. Absolutely. Absolutely. Pumpkin isn't a very common flavor here, so you're always hyped to get a little pumpkin spice latte when you see it. Hell yeah. Welcome in, Quasar. And Havoc Lily. Hello, I am a big lurker, but wanted to stop by and say hi. I've been loving the Instagram updates. So glad I was able to catch stream. Currently eating some lasagna soup. Ooh, that sounds fun. But you'll be back to knitting your sock after this. Well, thank you for stopping in and chatting. Appreciate you poking your head out of lurk. They're called sugar pumpkins. That sounds right. You don't get the hype around pumpkin spice lattes, Mambo? I mean, they're definitely not for everyone. I think a lot of it really is just like the seasonal indicator, you know? I think they're pretty good. Some years are better than others, I'll say that. Depending on, you know, if you're getting them from from mega corporations or not. But there's lots of recipes out there to make your own syrup, and it's definitely one of those things that I think it's hard to make a blanket statement about. I mean, maybe it's easy for you, which is totally valid, but in my opinion, different pumpkin spice syrups can drastically change the experience of the latte. I've had some that made me go, you know, maybe I don't like pumpkin spice, actually. Maybe I don't want to keep trying pumpkin things. And I've had some that made me go, wow, now I know fall is here. So, I think that they can be wonderful, but they can also be real disappointing. Delighted you caught this stream by complete accident. Love watching the map progress. How do you plan to explain when it's done? So, I am going to be putting it on my wall. I have a spot of wall next to my desk all picked out. It's the perfect size to go over there. And then I can have other related stuff alongside of it as well, since there'll be plenty of room to go up from there. So like I can, if I keep making, you know, the villager portraits, I can put those over there. And I'm planning to make a smaller version of the Ginger Island map to go underneath it, stuff like that. So I think that's going to be really fun. I was also thinking about last night doing little, probably like, this is 76 across, so maybe around this size. That's probably a little bit bigger than 25 by 25. We'll see what makes sense. So probably more like 35 or 40 stitches square, but offering little flat rate like custom villager portraits, because I think if they're in this size I could probably manage that, you know, like a decent number of them. I thought that might be fun. Where was I? Got lost. We're talking a lot about pumpkin spice. Love to see it. There's a coffee place here that's branching out on fall flavors, and they have a cardamom and coriander latte. Ooh. I love the spicy flavors. Obviously, I'm hello? Okay, we froze for a second there. We're back. I love the spicy flavors. Obviously, I'm drinking the, you know, chai. Chai to me is like the perfect drink. I hear kitty purrs. Alas, real life kitty purrs would not be able to pick up in my mic. I have tried many times and they generally don't pick up. So that is from the game. This is a game called Spirit City Lofi Sessions. It is available on Steam. It is like a productivity timer kind of a game. There's a to-do list down here, and you have a built-in Pomodoro timer and stuff, and you can add a habit tracker, journal. Oh, I didn't even think about the journal being here. I should maybe actually play with that. And history. So lots of cool stuff that you can do with that. It also has, you know, customizable character over here. And then all of these different spirits that can hang out with you in your room. So, let me see. So you have all of these different spots around the room that you can go sit and hang out. You can sit at your bed, at your desk, at the bay window, or at the fireplace. And there is built-in lo-fi music playlists here. They have partnered with Lo-Fi Girl, as well as this sound panel down here for different ambient sounds. So I do have my kitty purrs going on down here. And I can turn those up if I want to, but it'll get real loud, so I'm gonna leave it alone. I also got the rain and the fireplace sounds. Wall hanging sounds like a lovely idea. I did a cross-stitch of a 10x10 grid of the Stardew items, and it wrecked me. So fair play for the monumental task that is the whole map. I appreciate it. Yeah, the crazy color work is not for everyone. I respect that for sure. The kitty purrs are a lovely addition. Yeah, I enjoy it too. You just bought Spirit City and you adore it. It's such a cute little game. My wife turned me onto it for sure. You have this similar game on your work laptop from Blue Turtle, which is like a fantasy background music and lo-fi maker. But you're currently maxed out on all the little trinkets and stuff you can buy, so you're thinking about a new one. What's that game called? That sounds really cute. You love the sounds I chose? Thank you. Some of my favorites, for sure. You're dizzy from burnt popcorn? Oh my gosh. Take it easy there. Open a window. I have a wife? Yes, I do. I have been married for almost 9 years now. That's Eyes and Buns, who pops into chat from time to time. They might be busy playing Marvel Rivals right now. Who can say? You originally just followed them on YouTube because they made nice background music for when you need to focus. So it's Ithia Magic Studios. Okay, hang on. I've learned from my mistakes and I'm gonna write that down. Because we keep talking about things on stream and I'm like, oh yeah, I'll have to go look that up afterward. And then stream ends and I forget everything that happened. 9 years. Yeah, we've been together for... Hang on, I'm doing math. Almost 14, I guess. Question about the crochet. Are you doing anything special when color switching? The color changes seem so neat. You just started trying to do this type of crochet last year and you're bad at it. It takes some practice. I definitely recommend starting with just 2 colors, for sure. Because it can be very overwhelming. And work your way up to more colors. Ithia Magic Studies, okay. You can drop a link here in the Discord. Yeah, absolutely. My handwriting is nice, thank you. I appreciate that. Emo Lawn Flamingo, back to your question. So I have a video on my socials that I'm going to link you to. That... I think is probably the best. Sorry, I can't click on things and talk at the same time, apparently. There you go. So that is an example of how I do color changes. And oh, right, sorry, I forgot about the links. You're good. That's my bad. I should have warned you on that. Yeah, if you want to drop it in the Discord, that works too. Because I'll be honest with you, I don't remember how to get Nightbot to allow you to post links in here. I will figure that out. I'm actually gonna write myself a note about that right now because I meant to do it after last stream. Because I know that there's a way that I can like approve you, but I just forget where it is. So I will look at that after stream to refresh myself on that because it's been like literally years. Oh my god, Andrew's here. It's okay, everyone. Andrew knows what to do. Thank you. Okay, you can post the link. You have 60 seconds. Go. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Oh my god. I appreciate that, Andrew. Literally saving my ass every time. Yes, this is my nice fountain pen. So, I got it for journaling. It was a little expensive, but it's been so nice. And it's refillable, so you dip it and refill it, and I have like a whole pot of ink and it's lasting forever. It's amazing. So I really like this pen. Somebody asked me how old I was. Yeah, I feel like everyone is always like, what do you mean you've been married that long? How is that even possible? Yeah, I'm 32, y'all. You went and saved the video. Excellent. It looks like a sonic screwdriver from Doctor Who. It really does. They probably did take some of their inspiration from fountain pens for that. Because I feel like, I agree, the design is like really similar. Warning, ad break is going to be starting in about 5 minutes. But they should be pretty short. What was it called again? It's a fountain pen. This one is, so it's a TWSBI. TWSBI. That's the brand. And then this one is Diamond 580. So it's a little pricier than some of their other ones because I specifically wanted this iridescent sheen. I thought this was so pretty, and I like how it's like clear and stuff, so and then the ink I have is this tropical green. So I've refilled this several times already. You can still see I have a lot left in there. Also such a cool bottle. But yeah, fountain pens are neat. You have a cool pen recommendation too, but it's not a fountain pen? I love pens, yeah. Let's go. Doctor Who is where you got Rory's name from? Absolutely. I feel like Doctor Who and Gilmore Girls worked together to promote the popularity of the name Rory. You now have a mighty need for a fountain pen? Sorry to influence you. Oh my goodness. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Kira Tissa? How do I say your name? If you could help me with that, I'd appreciate it. We do have an ad break starting in about 2.5 minutes, just a heads up for you. But thank you so much for the raid and for hopping in. I really appreciate that. Kiri is fine. Excellent. Thank you. How are you doing, Kiri? Thank you for doing the shout out. Great to have y'all. You're obsessed with this project. Thank you so much. What were y'all working on today, Kiri? The brand is Crush Metric. You call it your crinkle pen because when you click it to release the nib, it crinkles in a really satisfying way. Okay, that sounds fun. So, look at me, I'm being so good writing things down. Octogod sees all. Okay, y'all have something fun going on over there, I see that. You're a goldsmith, and today you were making a padlock mechanism for fun. Okay, I'm really excited to check that out after stream. Oh my gosh, I love that. I did a little bit of, not anything like what you're talking about, but I did a little bit of metalwork when I was in college, and that is a fun, God. My brain is just going genre. Well, you know. It's a fun genre of art. Let's go with that. Is that a Twisby? Yes, it is. I love this pen. It's an amazing pen. I got the iridescent one. We found the Twisby enjoyer. Crocheting Stardew Valley, yes indeed. Yeah, let me get a little stopping point here and I'll show y'all what we're doing if you haven't seen this project before. You like Stardew Valley and you've played it a lot, but lately you've been going for Starbound. I don't think I'm familiar with that one. Is that one of the space traversal games? Okay, so this is I call it the world map. I think it's just technically called, I don't know what they call it. It's the big map though from Stardew Valley. So I'm almost at the halfway mark. It's like Minecraft in 2D but with space. Another thing for me to write down. Y'all are really giving me a list today. Starbound. Okay, that sounds really cool. I love Minecraft. So we'll keep going across here. It is indeed quite a large project. So it is 400 stitches wide, about 4 feet across here. Oh, ad break is starting. I'll wait a second before I talk about it more. Wait until you see the forbidden spaghetti in the back. Yeah, when we come back from that ad break, I will make sure to flip it over for everyone. I'm so glad that OBS is cooperating and pushing those notifications to my chat now, because it is so much easier for me to look at the chat on OBS than it is on Twitch, because on Twitch I can just see my video in the corner here, but it's lagging. So on OBS I can see what I'm actually doing in real time, but on Twitch there's like a couple seconds delay and it drives me crazy. So this is much nicer. It's looking beautiful so far. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I do map updates every week on all of my socials. I think that this should still work. I have a website that I link everything through now, but I think my link tree still exists. So You can find all of my socials there if you'd like to see regular updates, and it is helpful for getting a more of like an overview of it. It's hard to show it off properly here because I have limited camera space, but you can get a zoomed out view of it if you go look there. Okay, I think we're back, right? Yes, we're back. Okay, so now that ads are over, I will show it again. So let me just do this so that I don't have a disaster. And y'all can see. Gosh, the splitting is going crazy right now. There we go. Of course, this was only supposed to take 1 second, and now I'm like, can't even get the floss to cooperate. This is what happens when you work with embroidery floss. A medium that is literally designed so that you can split it easily. Okay. Let me give y'all a better view now. Okay, so we have the front here. Then I will flip it over so you can see the back. So it looks pretty crazy on the back here. We got all of these tails, and then these are the long pieces are the ends that I'm still actively working with. I remember seeing a Stardew Valley map being crocheted on some social, and I wonder if that was you. It was probably me. I would love to know if it wasn't, you know, if somebody else is doing it. I think that's cool too. I've seen some people talk about wanting to do it since I started, but at this time, I'm not aware of anybody else crocheting it. I know some people are cross-stitching it, but I haven't heard of somebody crocheting it, so I can't believe it's been an hour already. Oh my god. What's a good channel on the Discord to post art that isn't fiber crafts? I think somebody already said it, but yes, Jack of all trades is for that. Yeah, Project Pix is for fiber arts specifically. It's so satisfying to empty out and then refill a bobbin. I'm glad you like it. It's already been an hour? Yeah, crazy. And like, I'm barely getting into this map. It's so funny. How will the back be finished? So yes, so there's a little bit of a process that goes into finishing the back. All of my ends are just loose right now, so that, you know, if I needed to go back and fix something, I can. But when I am all the way done, I will go through, and every end will get a buddy, and I will just double knot all of them to secure them and maintain the tension on the front, because there are some places on the front where there's a little bit of like gaping, and that's because there's not tension on the back. There's a loose thread there, right? So pulling those loose threads will prevent any gaping, keep my tension nice and tight. So once I've done that, I will brush everything down flat, and then I have an example here. This is Sebastian's portrait. So exact same process, crocheted on the front, piece of felt on the back, and then in between the two, I have a piece of blocking board that gets sandwiched in there. And then I just sew the felt and the crochet together. You can see these little stitches here, to keep that backing board securely in place. So then I get a nice rigid piece that can stand up and be hung on the wall and what have you. I don't know whether to picture Bigfoot eating chips or a person in a Bigfoot lover shirt eating them. The great tying. I know that people are gonna be like shocked, and I don't think I'm exaggerating when I use that word at all. That I am leaving all of the knotting for the very end, because yeah, Kiri, absolutely. Go take a break. Thank you so much again for the raid. You know, hope to see you around soon. And go get some food. Take care of yourself for sure. But yes, I know that some people are gonna be like losing their minds over leaving all of the knotting for like all at the end. If the way that people react to the idea of weaving in the ends is any indication. But I just really like the idea of sort of like assembly line going through and only having that to focus on, because it's not going to take like any brain power to do it, you know. It'll just be like a very like peaceful, methodical little puzzle, you know. So I'm actually looking forward to it, kind of. I didn't think it was that bad when I did it for Sebastian. So how long do you think all the knotting will take? Like hours or days? Like hours. I don't think it'll take me days. Like I'll probably just do all of it on stream at some point. Because I really don't think it'll be that bad. I think it'll be probably about the length of a stream. You've definitely been turned on to the weaving in as you go side. It got boring spending ages just sewing it in. Absolutely. I mean, I think for some things it makes sense. I do it sometimes, and sometimes I don't. Like, it just depends on a couple of things, I feel like. Confidence level being one of them. I really don't like to weave in as I go if there's a chance that I might need to frog, because I'm like less familiar with what I'm doing, or if it's something really intricate like this where I'm more likely to make a mistake. Then I think it's worse to have to undo what you did. But I'm also a knot tire, so that goes into it as well. I know some people don't like doing knots, or they do like the magic knot or whatever. I personally do not trust the magic knot at all. Like I just, to me that's like, I would never, you know? Like I would rather go through the annoyance of having to weave in ends for 30 minutes than the headache of my thread disconnecting from itself and having to patch a hole in the garment, you know? So, I think, you know, technique is a big piece of that, but for things like, usually if it's like, there are no color changes, I will weave in as I go and just like join the new skein on and stuff. But, you know, for things like sewing up seams and stuff like that, I usually just leave it to the end. It's like a little bit, it's like, you know, it's not interesting. It's like the least interesting part of the whole thing, but I don't find it too bad, personally, but I can understand the motivation for weaving as you go. And for me too, like we stopped shaking. I don't think that's me. I think that there's just shaking happening. It'll stop in a second. I feel like sometimes I'm like, oh, maybe there are, okay, yep, I'm not moving, that's not me, sorry y'all. I think that there's just a little bit of a tremor happening right now. I can't tell, like I can't feel it. I can just see that there's a couple of things that are shaking in the room. So there's probably a little tremor. I do live on the West Coast, so that's like normal here, I guess. But I haven't actually experienced a tremor at this point that like I was able to feel. It's only been something like that where I just noticed that my monitor is shaking a little bit. It's fine. It's not a big deal at all. The camera was just shaking for a second there. So I think it is done now. Like it is literally so normal. I'm not even gonna ever get confirmation for if that was a tremor or not. So the burnt popcorn smell is lingering, so you lit a candle. I'm sorry about that. Hey Lazy Daisy, welcome in. Lovely to see you again. Are you doing tapestry crochet with embroidery floss? I am indeed. It is, it's a good option for color selection. So I did a lot of looking around for a yarn that was going to have enough color options for me to try and be very faithful to the actual colors in the map, and it was really difficult to find. I think the most that I found was one of the hobby cotton colors that has around 200 different shades, but DMC has over 500. So there's really no contest there, and they have better options for like weird colors, you know? It's not just like the nice ones, it's like strange greenish grays and weird browns and things like that. So it made a lot more sense for something like this, for sure. And embroidery floss, in terms of size, is actually comparable to fingering weight yarn, so it's not quite as bad as it seems like it would be. Where am I going to find the giant sheet of felt to put on the back? I should definitely be able to get a piece of felt from the craft store. That is for sure within the bounds of what they can cut for me there. That is the wrong color. Oh no, it wasn't. Okay. I'm just looking at the wrong thing. It's fine. Sometimes these trees get me. Your face is still watering from the hot chips. Oh my god. Our ground gets ideas. Yeah, don't worry everyone, it's past now. Like I said, I couldn't even feel it. I would not have even noticed it was happening if I hadn't noticed the camera was shaking, so everything is all good. I will be right back though. This hangnail is driving me crazy, so I need to get rid of it. So give me 1 second. How's everyone's projects going? Yeah, absolutely. Let's hear about that. You're on row 3 for your mesh sleeves. What color are they? Black? Yeah, solid choice. You're starting with the body. It's popping in here? I know! We got a little raid earlier. Everyone's chilling. You're out of the orange in your yarn cake? Okay, that's a good thing. I was like, oh no! Right, because you've got one of the gradient cakes, right? You didn't bring the other color you needed when your brother kidnapped you, so you're working on the sleeves instead of the body. So it's going to be 2 colors. You have 5 granny squares out of 32 for your first wearable. Oh, hell yeah. What are you making for your, I'm assuming, cardigan? Row 13 of 200 for your tapestry project. Hell yeah. The candy corn bag you made for the pattern test fits Naomi perfectly. That is so cute. I love that. You're making a Mabel Pine sweater. I love that. You're the one with the wiener dog that wraps around the torso twice. Iconic look. Every Mabel sweater is a banger, truly. What's everyone's plans for this weekend? She could fit a whole Kit Kat in it. Okay, that's everything that you need. That's everything a girl needs to go in her purse. It's a whole Kit Kat. I am probably, let me see, do I have anything to do this weekend? No. I will be in my house crocheting and playing Talia like every day. I dream of only needing a whole Kit Kat in my purse at any given time. Well, considering that you don't even need your purse lately, I mean, you could just make that a reality. You could have a whole bag of Kit Kats in your purse, calling you out for not leaving the house for 2 weeks. I mean, take advantage of your reality, right? I'm just saying, turn it into a positive. If you're not gonna leave the house, then you might as well eat Kit Kats, basically. You're gonna see your partner this weekend, but you're not 100% sure they might be busy. Oh, well, I hope that works out for you. You feel dumb on what you made? Or done? I'm almost done with my mom's rose bouquet blanket. That's awesome, Tiny. Those are such a fun little project. Let me see here. I'm gonna bring one of these colors up, I think. You're going to Sky Zone with your boyfriend and his 2 kids? That sounds so fun. Hoping to have a chill weekend. Baby seahorse is going to fly. Yeah, you're gonna have an acrobat coming out of there. You're doing schoolwork, you were going to pet sit, but the job canceled, so now you have no excuse. You're planning to get your vaccines done and supper this weekend. Oh. Well, I hope it's not too bad. I feel like last time I got my vaccine, it really didn't bother me, so I don't know, maybe you're more reactive than me, but like the first time I got it, it was terrible. And then this most recent time, I didn't even realize that they had given me both, so you're not jumping because it's not safe for Pickle. That makes sense. You'll be playing D&D as a chaotic gay wizard. Love to see that. Is Sky Zone... Yeah, Sky Zone's the trampoline park. Pickle free zone. I mean, they have other stuff, right? I've never been to a Sky Zone. I assume that it's like Dave and Buster's if instead of arcade games it was trampolines. Is there any other way to play? I say as I have a chaotic gay barbarian, a chaotic menace, chillest guy in the world and everyone's problem. I have, we just started a new campaign, and I am playing a Tabaxi cleric who believes that he used to be a regular cat, and he was granted superior intelligence by the cat lord himself, and now he's a cleric. And his voice sounds like Antonio Banderas. Because why not? Hello, Monica. How are you? I'm doing good. Happy to be hanging out. You get sick most times, but it wasn't as hard last year. You basically had body pains and a low fever for a few days. Oh, that sucks. I hate that for you. You miss playing D&D, but you're at the point where friends don't have schedules that allow it. Yeah, that's understandable. I wouldn't really want to play with strangers either. I'm pretty, I can get pretty anxious about it. So it's nice to play with people that I really trust, you know. Let's see here, I need my colors. The DM and I seem to be in competition for the most chaotic but cooperative characters. He had a Tabaxi ranger who sold his soul like 4 times different fae and dragons. Oh my gosh. You've got some serious crocheting to do? Hell yeah. What are you working on today, Delmonica? Progress is going nice and slow, to be honest. But that's to be expected when I'm chatting and enjoying myself. Add to this, so this. You've been distancing a bit from your D&D friends recently. They can get a bit yikes about subjects. That's a shame. I know, that's really sad when that happens. But that just means that you have room for new D&D friends that are maybe, you know, just throwing this out here, but could maybe end up being better friends than the current D&D friends, you know. Sounds like that might be the case. You're working on 2 shawls. One of them is the Moz shawl that's been floating around Pinterest. I don't think I've seen that one. Pinterest is, a wild website. I enjoy it. I use it. Excuse me. But it is,
To say that it's organized would be inaccurate. I was gonna say it's a chaotic organization, but I don't think that you can say that it really has much organization. But that's what makes it fun. It's like digging for treasure in like a rummage pile or something. I love Pinterest, but it can stress me out. Yeah, for real. I have the tulip blanket, and you've been working on a moss stitch sweater, so you can have the opportunity to wear it this weekend. Hell yeah, that's awesome that you're close enough. The end is within sight. It's always worth it to try again. There's lots of people looking for D&D friends to be chill with if you have the patience. For sure. And I think it's also nice to like recognize the fact that there are people who have never played D&D and who are interested in having the opportunity, who are maybe not comfortable in D&D spaces because they don't have any knowledge, and so you could be their opportunity to learn, through the unfortunate circumstance of splitting with your own D&D friends. You could leave room for something wonderful and new in that way. You have to leave to pick your son up from school, but hopefully you can catch the next stream. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, Carol. Yes, I'll be back tomorrow, so hopefully you can pop in then. Have a great day. The comment section on Pinterest is crazy. I just don't. You struggle with new friends since you're a bit housebound, but you'd love to meet new D&D friends. I mean, D&D friends are even better when they're online friends, in my opinion, because then you just play online. What is this for? If we're referring to the map, sorry, everyone's talking about their project, so I'm not sure if you're referring to the map or not. Last time I saw it was only a few rows, so much progress. Yes. So I'm going to be putting it on the wall. Yes, it's going to be a tapestry on the wall. I would not trust this as like an object around my home. I have 3 cats, and they would absolutely put their claws all in it. So it is definitely safer for it to go on the wall. But I feel like week 3 gets so much traction, which is annoying a little bit. I mean, it's not annoying. It's like good. I'm glad that people are seeing it, but I don't get. If people see it on TikTok, I don't get money from those views because it's an older video, and then also it's got my unadjusted voice going on there. But so I just think it's funny that like I still get so many comments on those old videos when so much has happened. You see my TikToks a lot? I mean, I am happy to hear that. I appreciate the algorithm putting them out there, You're trying some mosaic crochet for the first time. 2 rows took you like an hour. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I haven't done mosaic crochet yet. I am interested in trying it for sure, but it does seem like, yeah, it does seem like vertical progress would not come as fast. Which part of the map are you most excited to reach right now? So I think I am really looking forward to getting up around the area of the farmhouse, because once I'm about up here, you can see the trees are gonna start thinning out, and then we're gonna get into this more open area up here, and I think once I get past the trees and into the hills here, I'm gonna speed up so much. And it's only going to keep improving because then there's this huge piece of desert up here that doesn't have a lot of detail going on. And then on the other side we have the mountains. So I think I'm really looking forward to getting into like the last quarter of the map because I think it's gonna speed up again. The trees would have taken you out. Yeah, I was very intimidated by the trees. Yeah, enjoy your lurk, Mechdel. I was very intimidated by the trees at first. I saw all of this and I was like, oh god, I am not going to be able to tell where I am. But it really has not been as bad as I thought it was going to be. And also, the trees have become one of my favorite finished pieces of the map because they read so incredibly well. I just love how clear this is. Are you going to weave in those ends? Absolutely not. I am going to be putting a backing on it. So here's my example for everyone. This is the same technique. So I will be just knotting all of the ends together to make sure that they're nice and secure, but I will not be weaving them in. And then I brush them out so that they're nice and flat. I add a little bit of glue just to keep them from popping back up during the backing process. And then I will sandwich a piece of backing board in between the crochet and a piece of felt and sew them together. And then I have a nice firm piece. You found me around 12 to 13 weeks. I feel like that was when it really started getting good. Yeah, I feel like that's a good point to jump in. Back to Pinterest, there's something about the chaos that soothes your ADHD. I think it's like really fun to go on Pinterest and like be listening to something and like go into like a trance state and just look at all of the insane amounts of information. Yeah, I think that makes sense. It's like, for sure, I have a time and a place when I enjoy being on Pinterest. It is not all the time, but it is definitely sometimes. Exactly, yes. Yes, I suspect that I got some of that in me, for sure. I think it's the, I think I got the combo. Your work is so clean, thank you. Trillinite, welcome to stream. No need to apologize. Glad you made it. You love to do that after taking edibles? That makes a lot of sense to me. Pinterest is also like the only social media I really have anymore. Yeah, I mean, I think that's because I would like almost hesitate to call it social media. Like, I guess some people do use it that way, but to me, that's like such a... That's just like so not a part of how I interact with Pinterest that it's easy to forget that it can qualify as that, I guess. So, it makes sense. Obviously, I am on everything because I'm trying to get Mark Zuckerberg to give me money, but you know, you just gotta make choices when you're participating in capitalism, unfortunately. I got so much knitting done during the stream last week, so you're back for more? Hell yeah. Here's to another productive 4 hours. But first you're eating lunch, a good idea. You have some old lady habits. You can't wait to be a middle-aged goblin. I mean, you're never too young to be a middle-aged goblin. Old lady system state of mind? Absolutely. Yeah, you don't use it for the social bits. Exactly. Like, I don't pay attention to the comments. I don't think that the comments work very well. A lot of times people will post like pictures and stuff in the comments, and I can't even figure out how to look at them, so I can't really see what they are. So I just kind of ignore that aspect of it because it just doesn't make sense to me. Chat on screen now? Yeah, y'all were so well behaved last week. I was like, okay, I think I can trust it. Let's let YouTube see what we're up to in here. There's so many people here this time. I love it. I love that we're all hanging out. Hope that everyone's having a good time. You just picked up embroidery and you can't decide if you like it or not. Yeah, I have mixed feelings about embroidery. I do still do it. I think it's really useful. And like, in a lot of ways, I do like it. But it does not click with me in the same way that crochet does, for sure. It feels a little bit more tedious to me, but I also find it like extremely useful, I will say. I forgot about stream last time, but I remembered I was on EST. This is your nighttime focus because you're 8 hours ahead. Hell yeah. I know, it's like, this is... I mean, I literally rolled out of bed to come do this, so... To me, this is like kind of early, even though it's the middle of the day. But I have a really weird schedule. It's very all over the place. I mean, sometimes I wake up at 3 a.m., right? So, I feel like I can make any time zone work. Maybe not 8 a.m. I wouldn't want to commit to an 8 a.m. stream, because I feel like that rarely goes well. Trusting chat after the girth talk last time is so funny. I literally instigated that, so why would I be afraid? You wish you found my Twitch sooner? I mean, honestly, I don't think you missed that much. I really don't. Like, I mean, it would have been nice if people found my Twitch sooner, for sure. But, you know, what am I doing? It took a long time for it to take off, so there wasn't as much to look at, right? So you got here for the good stuff. Go England, I've never been there, but you guys make great TV. You've been watching so much Taskmaster. I love Taskmaster. Sense of humor and chill is half of what you love about this community. I agree. I think it's been absolutely wonderful. The Twitch channel saw rise again. Watching this help you pass the time while you're waiting for your boyfriend to get home. Tell him to hurry up. Taskmaster is so funny and easy to watch a little at a time. Yeah. It's a great background noise show. It was really cute. Like, my mom and her partner came to visit us a little while back, and they're not like really TV people. I feel like he might be a little bit more television inclined than my mom is. My mom has always been very like, you know, let's read a book or go on a walk rather than watch TV. But I introduced them to Taskmaster, and he was hooked. He was totally hooked. It was very cute. He like asked for it at one point. I was here when the ancient texts, Twitch texts were written. Yeah, Shy has been here since my very, very, very beginning of streaming on Twitch, like 5 years ago. So the ancient text is real. He works till 5, but he doesn't get home until like 5:20. Soon. You never really got into Twitch before you made an account last week? It can be very cool. There's a lot of really interesting stuff on here. It seems like it would just be for games, but you get people doing all kinds of stuff, for real. You've never seen me on Instagram or TikTok before? That is wild to me. Yeah, that's, like, my Twitch community was so small prior to this project taking off on my other socials. So, there's my link tree if you want to check any of that out. You can get a better overview of the map project that way. Back when Eisenbun streamed Not So Berry. Yeah. Oh wait, you have seen me on Instagram or TikTok. I can't read. You love Twitch, but you mostly hang out and co-work at artist streams, so you find it a lot more chill. Yeah, exactly. I really like having video game noise in the background, especially if it's something more repetitive. I have been watching a lot of Red Dead Redemption. What's up? My name's Jack. I'm 19 and never learned how to read. I know you're not calling me 19 right now. I watch a lot of Red Dead Redemption RP right now. It's a Vine. I never did Vine. I didn't get it. I took a crazy long time to even get into TikTok. We didn't know what we had. Yeah, I think it's so funny that, like, the Vine regret. Look, see, I'm telling you guys, I'm older than you think I am. I never downloaded TikTok. I think that's fair. I really felt like I didn't want to do it for a really long time, but it's been a useful tool. But it'll suck you in, for sure. And that's not always a positive thing. But, you know, TikTok is actually giving me money right now, so that does definitely influence my feelings about it. You got cold and unk on an Insta post and you're 21? These children out here. Most of the chats you hang out in are older also because of them being art streams. You think in most Twitch chats are at least upper 20s to upper 30s. One of the few gamers you watch consistently has really attracted nerds. There's a lot of niche topic experts and PhD people in there. It's so funny the the combinations of like enthusiastic 12-year-olds and then like people writing dissertations. Oh, you're freaked out about the data farming? I mean, only American megacorps can farm your data like a true patriot. I feel like if one of them has it, they all have it, right? I just like... It's kind of like that thing of like, you know, when people during COVID were doing the whole like, oh, the vaccines is they're gonna put trackers in your body and stuff. And I'm like, every single one of you is carrying around a smartphone. They already have a tracker on you, honey. Like, they don't have to do that, you know? And I guess that's kind of the same how I feel about social media, is that I'm like, the idea that I have control over this is already kind of an illusion. I know that there are ways to be more precious with your data, and I mean, they are things that I look at. I'm not saying that I don't exercise any caution at all, but I definitely, I just put less energy into caring about it because of that, you know. I'm like, that ship has already sailed, in my opinion. You spend a lot of time in the Ravelry forums. That is another level. William and I watch a streamer who is also a ghost hunter. Okay, share the name. Not that anybody asked, but if anybody needs to hear it, my life got significantly better in my 30s, and I'm happier now than I ever was. I agree. What's in the cup? This is a chai latte. It's decaf and non-fat because I'm being good to my gallbladder. I had a crush on someone I thought was my age, followed her on Insta, and she was 28. I feel like once you start to get into your 20s and beyond, there's like a chunk of time between like 25 to 40 when I feel like in that general area it is really hard to tell how old people are. Like, a part of this could just be me. I'm really bad with ages in general, but like, I'm like, there's people who are children, there's people who are clearly teenager to too young, and then there's adult, capital A, adult people, and then there's like people who are my mom's age. That's how it goes. Getting old is a privilege, absolutely, and it can be a wonderful thing for sure. Today is your cousin's 30th and she seems so happy. That's amazing. I thought my 30th was very cool. When I turned 30, I was like, I'm not taking anybody's shit anymore. Nobody is gonna treat me like I'm a young person anymore. We're done with that. Like, I will fight them at this point. Because I got so sick of people acting like, oh, you're in your 20s, you're a baby. It's such a tiny hook. Yes, it's a 1.3 millimeter bog switch. My goodness, chat is zooming. One time you went to colleague's retirement party and somebody asked if you were a student from the local high school. My wife gets that a lot. Yeah, Eyes and Buns for a long time got everybody thinking that they were a baby. Hello from Germany. Welcome in. So I see Ratus Morte. It's giving Latin. Okay, and then always a poetry lover. Welcome in. Thanks for chatting. How does it feel to know we 30+ people are growing up to be the old gays and allies we always wanted to see? Truly amazing. Your students all think you're decrepit at 29. I know, it's so funny being on this end of things and seeing that perspective, you know, like the perspective that I definitely had as a child of thinking that like 20 was so grown up. But also, I'm very glad that these kids feel that way. Every time I see some, like, 25-year-old talking about little kids calling them the Crypt Keeper or whatever, I am like, good. Thank God. Like, let's get rid of this glamorizing of people who are older and this sort of like idea of like teenagers needing to be in relationships with people in their 20s and like normalizing all of that. Like, good. Let the youth think that you are old because that means that they will stay away from people who are inappropriately aged for them. Like, that seems like safety to me. I can't wait to be decrepit. Bro 21 is ancient, not ancient, what do you mean? No, for real. It's really not. It is really absolutely not at all, but I think, I think teenagers seeing it that way, honestly a good thing. My frontal lobe being done cooking at 25 made it the best year of your life. Time to get back to work. Thanks for coming in, Bigfoot Situationship. I hope that your rest of your day goes well. Yeah, talk about queer rep. Living out here in the Pacific Northwest, living near Portland, it's just wild how normal it is to be queer out here, especially, you know, to be queer, to be trans specifically. I see so many flags everywhere. Like, this is the first place that I've lived where... It's not the first place that I've lived where I felt, like, accepted, because Massachusetts was also like that, you know? Massachusetts was pretty chill. But it is the first place that I've lived where I felt normal, for sure. In my queerness. Like, there's a lot of community out here. Oh my god, this is such a tiny little piece, but I'm not adding more for one stitch. This is so exciting. We're about to put the roof on the saloon, and then the saloon is all done. Let's do it. 3 stitches. one more to keep that from coming undone. Oh. Let's see, I need that color. Do I have that color anywhere? I'll have to come back to that in a second. Okay, I'm just gonna do this for now. Saloon! Ad break starting in 1 minute, everyone. I'm gonna turn the fan on really quick. It's getting hot in here. Oh. You've gotten 0 stitches done just sitting here chatting with everyone. Oops. So much for a productivity stream. How do you manage to read chat messages, talk, and crochet at such a challenging pattern at the same time? I struggle. And I go really slow, and as you can see, sometimes I have a hard time keeping up with the chat. What? Automod, what are you doing? Hang a trans flag is not a bad phrase. I had a new neighbor move into my building last month, and the first thing they did was hang a trans flag off their balcony. Yeah, it's nice to have that, Oh, don't even worry about it. Just, you know, I mean, I'm glad it's there. I'm glad to have it, but sometimes it does catch really silly things. Chat is full today. Yeah, y'all are popping off. Hell yeah. I mean, I'm glad to see it. Quick gush. I met my current boss through mutual fun playing D&D together, and you kept chatting after the campaign fell apart. She knew how unhappy you were at your previous job and snapped you up, and has personally improved your life at least 80% single-handedly. That's amazing. The ad break is over for everyone. Chat is telling me that it is. But, are we saying that you should get a pride flag and hang it for everyone, Delmonica? Absolutely. I think it's, like, just such a wonderful and easy thing that you can do to show that, like, you are a safe person. The Progress pride flag in particular, I think, is a pretty good choice. You know, just cover your bases. That was the same campaign you figured out you were non-binary. That's amazing. I totally get that. I feel like a lot of my gender exploration came from, like, character work. I mean, what did I say gender exploration or character exploration? You know what I mean. I get that. I think that makes a lot of sense to explore gender through storytelling. Oops, gender euphoria is so real. lot going on in that little area. Okay, so for reference, you see in the top right corner there, that's what I'm working with. So I just finished this little section right here, the top of the saloon. This is the halfway mark. So 1, 2, 3, 4 more rows. So I'm thinking I'll finish this row today, this next row tomorrow, and then I'll have 2 more rows that I can finish for the week. And then next week, it'll be this row and this row to do the halfway mark. I believe that's right. Yeah, this is these 2. Do you think I'll be able to finish 2 sewing projects and 1 crochet project before Halloween? Oh my gosh. I just noticed you moved the picture on the right to show where you are. Yes, that's my pattern. That's the closest thing I have to a pattern. Depends on the project and the size. Yeah, absolutely. You've never finished a holiday project before the holidays? I've pulled it off before. I have the skeleton duster that I made. I got that done in about a month, but I had to haul ass at the end to make that happen. And yeah, again, if you value your wrists and fingers, it can be a bit tricky. The stream has excellent vibes. How have we been getting much work done so far? I'm doing okay. I think that some other people may be a little bit distracted, but you know, being here for hangouts is good too. Have I done 2 hours worth of work? Probably not, but we're getting there. You have a Halloween sweater that you pick up every October to try and finish. You think you're on year 4 now? Well, it's good to have a seasonal project, right? It's like tradition. The trick is do it out of season. Yeah. You have a Ren Fair costume that you've been embroidering since June, and it won't be done come November. No. Well, at least you'll be way ahead of the curve for next year, right? You're flirting with doing the Lost Souls shawl in black, pink, orange, yellow, ombre yarn, but spooky time is coming quickly. Yeah, you gotta make those choices about which project is gonna take priority. You got all your schoolwork done for the day, time to chill. Hell yeah. You stopped doing the Homer Simpson a long time ago. Never too late to pick it back up. You're trying not to fall asleep mid-stitch, Mambo. Oh no. The Louisiana Ren Fair, hell yeah. There's a long-standing Oregon Renaissance Festival that I would be interested in going to it. You know, if it happens, it happens. This year it ended up being pretty hot on the day that we were supposed to go, so we didn't feel like we could handle that. I haven't been to a Ren Fair since I lived in Georgia, since I went to the Georgia Renaissance Festival, which was a good time. It's a good Ren Fair. At least it used to be when I went. I don't know about now, obviously, but... Very hot, though. I feel like the Oregon one would be easier to deal with because it looks like it's in a much more shady area. It's like under the trees. The one in Georgia is just like out in the open. So your city hosted its first ever mini Ren Fair this year. That's amazing. Yeah, wish they would have them when it's not miserably hot and humid outside, for sure. You saw Jacques the Whipper? That's amazing. You've learned in recent years that you probably have POTS, and that SSRIs and ADHD meds make hot, humid weather even more dangerous. Yeah. That sucks. Something to watch out for sure. Yeah, being on testosterone definitely makes me overheat faster. You missed Jog last year because you went during Viking weekend and he was there on Pirate weekend. No. Okay, yes, I'm very happy that you came in here to talk about Sir Maximilian. Thank you. The crush that I had on that man. Do I know about corn sweat? I have heard about corn sweat. I'm in the Pacific Northwest, so I have not had to directly experience it, but I did hear about it this being a thing this year, and that sounds miserable. That's so sweet, Scarlet Witch. Midwest is a bowl on a large scale. We have mountain ranges to either side, humid air coming from the south, cool air mixing from the north. This is what makes this a tornado zone. Unfortunately, agricultural crops like corn also exhale a lot of moisture in the growing months and make it even more humid. Yuck. It is routinely the same temperature here as it is for my teammate's house in Houston. Or for your teammates in Houston. Yeah, that sucks. I grew up in Georgia, so I know about hot and humid. But yeah, when those air currents work against you and just trap it like that, ugh, it's disgusting. You're always ready to dunk on the weather. Yeah, it's understandable. Most of the summer, it is at least 90% humidity. Ugh. My whole state just has place names stolen from England. Yup. Those colonial states. Oh. The pickle is kicking and punching. Chill out, bro. Is he still mad about the pineapple? We're not getting popcorn. You know what? That's a valid crash out. Who's doing the kicking and the punching? Yeah, we have, one of the map babies is here. So there's 2 people that I've heard of that are apparently having a baby on the same timeline that I started the map. You have 2 videos of him kicking. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think that's fine. It's just his stomach, nothing wrong with that. Are we placing bets on what ends first, the pregnancies and the map? I mean, I for sure feel like y'all are gonna beat me to baby. I think I'm gonna be the year mark. Like, I think it's gonna take me a full year at this point. So, a nice, healthy, perfect 9-month gestational baby, which is what they're gonna be, is definitely going to pop out first. I remember when Naomi would kick my ribs, now she kicks my ribs from the outside. Yeah, just baby things. You have anxiety around pregnancies and babies? Oh. I mean, it's understandable, you know, fragile little things that are very loud. This was such an odd time to join. It's never not an odd time to join. We're just having this chill vibe in here and then talking about weird shit. Welcome in. The idea of putting yourself in that situation scares you. That's understandable. I used to think that, like, I would want to do that myself, and now that I'm a little older and a little more have a little bit more understanding for, you know, everything that goes into that process, I don't think that I personally could handle it, but, you know, so much respect for people who do that, people who go through that. The process of carrying a child, and then also just the process of taking care of one, because, oh my god. Like, talk about a big job. It's incredible that people just do that. That you can just, like, make a baby, you know? Nobody gives you permission. You just do it. I also have a disability in my left leg. So I just want you to know that I also read that as I also have a disability in my 5th leg, and I was like, I think there might just be a little bit more going on than just that one leg there. But I see now. I see now that is not what you were saying. I was just combining your username with your sentence, that's all. You think that being pregnant would make it even worse? Yeah. Yeah, pregnancy plus disability is a lot to deal with, but... Oh, I'm excited to check that out. Tyler. If the universe is kind, I will never have a kid. That's what therapy is for. My therapist... If my therapist was also a nanny, maybe. Of course you have 5 legs, you're the 5th Mambo. Maybe it was actually just very logical of me to read it that way. I can't believe that it took me this long to hear Mambo number 5 in my head. Little did we know your name comes from how many Mambos you can do at once. I bet the Venn diagram of people who watch a lot of streams do crochet and are disabled is pretty circular. Yeah, I would imagine so. The therapy is for baby anxiety. Your therapist can't do much for you from states away. Okay, yes, you're talking about your own experience. I see. See, now y'all are going too fast for me now. Good to have support with that, for sure. Even if they can't come and do everything for you. That would be nice. Any of my hypermobile peeps in here? Of course you are. That's like the one thing that I feel pretty confident I do not deal with is the hypermobility. The hopes, I just found your stream on my recommended and I'm blown away by how textured and beautiful this map looks so far. The vibes have been nice. Thanks for creating a sweet, safe co-working space. Well, thank you for coming in and joining us, Hope. I really appreciate that. If you would like to see more of this project, I post updates for it every week, so you can find a better overview of what it looks like there, if you would like to. I was like, wait, what? What do you mean no pun intended? What did I do? I love that. I love the, how often, Jack plays into puns. Yeah, the disabled community is one that you could end up joining at any time. Yep, absolutely. We are all headed in that direction at some point, if we're not already there. I love that this is phrased like a threat. Yeah, honestly, I've seen somebody talk about it like, you know, just like people say it's a privilege to be old, right? Because that means you've lived a full life. That there's some truth to that with the whole disability piece as well. Like, you know, with experience comes new disability, and it's part of living. It's not as linear as that, of course, because there is more nuance to, you know, how people are disabled, how they become disabled, all of that, but still a little bit of that in there. think growing older in any capacity was your downfall? Hey, it can always get better again. Well, maybe not always. I think there are some things that probably can't get better again, but it depends. It depends on what it is. Maybe with technology. Disabled myself is not a phrase I knew I needed to hear. Gosh. I tell you what, when you let yourself go into burnout, that right there is definitely the definition of disabling yourself. You just woke up and gained 2 new disabilities. You hope it'll get better? Oh my god. Bodies sometimes are just doing too much. You kind of disabled yourself with FND. It's a brain condition that you can get when you don't emotionally regulate. You blame parents and school more, but you probably didn't help yourself. Yeah, that's understandable. You need a drink so bad. Yeah, everybody, say thank you to Nightbot. Get yourselves a drink. Nightbot is not my dad. Well, I am, and I'm telling you to get a drink. Do I have a stream schedule? Yes. So I have just started Thursdays and Fridays at noon Pacific time is my current schedule. So that should be on my Twitch page here as well. If you ever, I think it'll convert the time zone for you. If that's easier to look at. Thanks, parent. You're welcome. I get a live dad again. You're welcome. Not y'all starting the Dead Dad Club. Hi, welcome in. We're gonna go with Una. I am working off of an image more than a pattern. So this is the Stardew Valley map. You can see in the top right corner here, I have the section that I am currently working on. So this is what I have pulled up so that I can navigate around and focus on different sections. And so I'm just, yeah, each pixel is one stitch. That's how I'm doing it. You've got rainbow usernames going on your screen. That's amazing. It's the in-game map? Yeah, yeah. Hang on a second here. I think, well, that's not gonna be... Yes, it is the in-game map, so... You can see what I have so far. I'm very close to being halfway done at this point. So it's all single crochet, done with embroidery floss and a 1.3 millimeter crochet head. Oh, sorry, I'm shaking my desk here. This close-up really puts into perspective how many stitches it is. Yeah. It is 400 stitches wide, yes. Yeah, having to, like, pull it across like that, even for me, I'm like, oh yeah, this is kind of big, huh? What's the weigh-in? I haven't done the weigh-in yet. That'll be, I can do that during next week's stream, because if everything goes to plan, I will reach the halfway mark and pass it during next week's 2 streams. So I will do the weigh-in live with everyone. But I am estimating that it's going to be around a pound. Drink acquired. Drink drunk. Hell yeah. Everyone doing their duty. As dictated by Nightbot. You've got milk tea? Oh, that sounds amazing. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm not really gonna need that again. You gotta head out. Thanks for hanging out, Honey Tree. We'll see you tomorrow. You once crocheted something that came out to be 2 kilograms. Oh my gosh, yeah, when you start using that thick yarn, it really can add up. The floss is so lightweight that, yeah, it's like, I feel like the feel of it in my hand makes it feel like it should be heavier than it is. Because it has this, like, canvasy texture to it. It does have a little bit more stretch than that. When I block it, I will actually gain a considerable amount of height, but it, you know, it's like thick. And so it does sometimes feel weird to be like, yeah, it's pretty light Are we haunting chat? Oh, great. Now there's a ghost in the chat. I wonder if we can get our dads to haunt the chat. Somebody set up the Ouija board. Are you planning it to be a wall hanging or something else? Yeah, it is going to go on the wall, yes. I would not trust using this as a blanket. I have 3 cats, so that would not go well for me. Not the spooky chat. Have you seen that Ouija board t-shirt that says, "Sorry, I can't hang out, my dad said no"? Oh my god. I see we've established a uniform. For future reference, what's the deal with swearing? I don't care if you swear. You're not gonna get modded for that. I'm out here swearing. Who's got nuggies? I want nuggies. I don't eat meat, but I'll take, meatless nuggies. You finally caught stream. Welcome in. So happy you could make it. Yeah, the server is 18 plus. Not a strict 18 plus, but technically 18 plus just because I'm an adult. I don't really feel super great about interacting with a bunch of children, but also like if some people who are not 18 get in there, it's fine. The server is not crazy. Like there's nothing crazy going on in there. So, but yeah. So this is an adult space. You can swear in here. Can we talk about the SciShow knitting shitstorm? Yeah, let's have it. You can hear, yes, you can hear purring in the background along with the rain. So that is coming from Spirit City, which is what you're seeing on the side of the screen there. So this is a game that you can get on Steam. It's basically like a productivity app, so it has a built-in to-do list and like a Pomodoro timer and stuff like that. And there's a whole bunch of customization options. You can see I have like a whole bedroom here that my little person is chilling out in. And so you can have them hang out at their bed, at their desk, the bay window over here, or by the fireplace and have them do different activities. Let's switch it up a little bit. Let's go sit by the fireplace and knit over here. So there's also different spirit companions that will hang out with you while you're doing that. I currently have, what is your name again? Flutterfrog. I currently have Flutterfrog hanging out with me. And you can decorate your room you got a bunch of different options here. So it's a pretty fun little game. Highly recommend it. And there is built-in lo-fi music. They have partnered with Lo-Fi Girl for this, and there is a soundboard panel that has different ambient noises that you can utilize, like the rain and fireplace I have going, and then also purring down here, and just a touch of Whispering Creek. So very, very fun, cozy little game there. Your boyfriend's home and brought you soda, as he should. Yeah, the little Tetris game is cute. It looks like the newer Pokemon games a bit. I agree. The game is Spirit City Lofi Sessions. So it's on Steam if you're looking for it. Yeah, no problem. Yes, the SciShow knitting, I think you can call it a scandal at this point. Yes, it definitely, so what I've seen about it is that it really downplayed the role that women and knitters themselves had in a lot of the science that it was discussing as sort of being like adjacent to knitting. So basically being like, oh, you know, people were knitting and doing this random thing and didn't really know how it worked, and then scientists came along and discovered ways that it could actually be useful, is kind of like the tone that they were striking, when actually, like, you know, historically you have women who are knitters who are helping create like the programs that make computers run, because the punch cards for knitting machines were like the basis for how early computer processing worked. So it was not some kind of like crazy coincidence that scientists got inspired by knitting. Like there is a science of knitting, and people who knit understand that science, and they should be credited as being intelligent and like people who, you know, are doing things intentionally and know what they're doing, right? You know, and not calling, like, I think he called turning the heel on a sock something really simple, and literally everyone who knits is like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, one of the most notoriously difficult things in knitting, turning the heel on a sock, and you're just like, oh yeah, this easy little peasy thing. Like, yeah, acting as if knitting isn't useful on its own is crazy, even just for clothing in the winter. Exactly. It's like a textbook classic, like, under-recognizing the value of, you know, women's work, as it were. So, one of the big reasons humans have been so successful and spread so far is because of knitting and knit objects. Yeah. You cash in some points for a spirit change. Thank you. I'm sorry I missed that. 4 minutes ago. Okay, Twin Tails in the Tails color scheme. You got it. That's my bad. This chat, there's just so much going on. So let's go over. I'm gonna have to turn on sound notifications for channel point redeems so that I notice that happening. Where are you? Okay, Twin Tails. And then you said the color in the Tails color scheme. So which one is that? The one directly beneath the default? Okay, excellent. Oh, like Tails from Sonic. I was like, do they have names? Why am I not seeing that? I see, that makes sense. Oh my god, he really literally is, with the like little feet and everything. That is so cute. Holy shit. Okay, you got it. Oh my goodness, what a cutie. To be fair, it's a lot happening. Yeah, trying to pay attention to the map and also read the chat is a lot for me, and I'm gonna pat myself on the back because I think I've been doing a pretty good job. But yeah, y'all are really talking today. It's great. I wonder if the stream will keep growing. I feel like it probably will, at least a little bit more. If the follows that I have seen coming in are any indication. So, yeah, pats for me, thank you. You have completed 1 row of your knitting. Good job. You're doing great, thank you. I'm doing my best. You just sent it to all of your Stardew friends. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Yeah, I know that some people are like still discovering that I'm doing this now, you know, because social media has a tendency to not push out updates in like a global, universal way to all of my followers. So like I know from analytics that my videos tend to be seen more by people who don't follow me than anything. So I'm assuming that there are still people who are interested in coming in here and watching the stream who don't know about the stream yet. So I would imagine it'll keep growing some for sure. I haven't seen the follows starting to slow down yet, so. Would a ping in the Discord to remind about streams be helpful? Maybe a pingable role people can sign up for? I can float that idea for sure. I did post in the plugs channel today. You can also turn on notifications for Twitch and my stream specifically on Twitch so that it will notify you through Twitch that I'm streaming. But, I mean, do I have... Let me see here. What does my Discord even look like? So what I could do, if y'all feel like this would be useful, is I could just make an announcements channel and post in the announcements channel whenever I'm streaming, and then all you would need to do is follow the announcements channel. I've been posting in plugs for right now, but like, I guess it's my Discord, so like I'm allowed to advertise myself more directly. I think that's probably okay. You get emails from Twitch, but sometimes they're hours late. Yeah, that's a good point. You have an alarm set on your phone, Mambo. You're so cool for that. Oh, I'm way ahead of myself right now. That's dedication. The Twitch notification is unreliable. Okay, I hear y'all. I totally get that. We'll allow it. You did mention the alarm last week, I remember that, and it's still cool. You're still cool a week later. Do you feel like that's a good plan though, Trill, to make an announcements channel? Do you feel like that's gonna serve what you're asking for? Having a Discord bot for when you go live is such a lifesaver for stuff like that from my experience. Okay. Interesting. Like, whenever you go live on Twitch, it automatically pings the Discord for you? Same concept? Okay, excellent. Any kind of ping will remind you. Yeah, you got it. I can do that. One of your friends who streams has one of those and it works pretty well. Okay, I will look into that. Let me make my note here. I don't know how long you're planning to stream, but if you would like, you have a recommendation for my, rating out. Yeah, sure, I'll take a look at it. I mean, it's good feedback for me to know that y'all are interested in stuff like that for sure. The new soups. Okay, let me pull that up so that I don't forget about it. And then we'll see. We'll see what happens. I will probably be going at least for another hour. I'm gonna finish this row. That'll be my goal for today. So we'll see. It may be a little bit longer than an hour because I feel like I'm going really slow today.
Hey, what's your Insta?
Oh. Sorry if you heard that. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Love a good recommendation, especially because sometimes I can't find anybody, and then I get nervous about searching for random people, so... You're gonna check what they use? Oh, you can't find it? That's okay. Maybe you can ask them about it later, or I'll pick my friend Andrew's brain. Andrew helps me out a lot. He's a great streamer. How do I do a shout out? Is this an exclamation mark? I'm assuming it's a shout out. Okay, hopefully I did that right. I didn't do it right. Never mind. I don't know how to do it. But anyway, thank you, baby. I don't know how to do it. That's my friend Andrew, and he's amazing, and he streams game content. A lot of Marvel Rivals currently. He also does a lot of Sims content. I think he's most well known for Sims content, but just the sweetest guy ever. And he helps me out a lot, so. Oh, exclamation mark shout out. Just the SO. Notify me is a straightforward one. She has a crochet snake going, and people who rating get to choose the next color on Snathan. That is so... Okay, well, I think that you've convinced me. Okay. I want to see Snathan. Hello, this is your first time. Welcome in. Thornbush, thank you so much for joining us. So happy to have you. Yeah, lots of first timers. This is amazing. Appreciate y'all coming out today. You're gonna be old timers before you know it. Last year she was doing granny squares where you got to pick the two colors in the pattern, but it was taking her forever, so she pivoted to something that makes a lot of sense, yeah. Row 5's done. Good job, Zephyr. You were knitting brioche last week, and that was easier, and today is lace, and oh, yeah. But it's worth it. Yeah, lace is, that's a lot of focus for sure. I would like to learn how to do tatting someday. That looks like a lot of fun to me. And null bending, honestly. But, you know, there's only so many hours in the day. Nuggies have arrived. Go enjoy your nuggies, Scarlett. Thank you so much for hanging out. And, Hope, thanks for hanging out too. It was great to have you. I'm glad to hear that you were soothed. Yep, your friend Hannah does tatting. Mm-hmm. Tatting. Hannah is in the Discord, I believe. There are tattoo streamers on Twitch. They don't always do live tattoos, but it's very cool to watch them make flash and stuff. That does sound fun. A game streamer you follow gave herself a stick and poke as a fundraiser stream for Planned Parenthood one year. That is really cool. Lollipop. Nice, I like the spelling there. Welcome in. Thanks for coming in to chat with us. Gonna have an ad break starting in about 4 minutes, by the way. Thank you, Nightbot. Someone talk you out of ordering Italian? You know what? Italian food, though, if you have the ingredients, is so easy to make. Like spaghetti, so fast. But also, like, screw cooking. You have, like, ramen and eggs? Well, I mean, in that case... Okay, are y'all ready to go Zoom? I'm so excited right now. It's happening. You're gonna run free across the farm. Only a couple little changes in here. Penne alla vodka sounds fucking good. Yeah, I'm sure, I'm not feeling it yet, but I'm sure as soon as I get done streaming, I'm gonna be like, it's gonna hit me all at once. I'm gonna be so hungry. Yep, yeah, it is not half double, it's just single crochet, indeed. You're flying, Jack. You're flying. Is this a Titanic moment? Your library is doing a bat education program, and you're gonna get to pet a bat, maybe? That is so cool. Don't even worry about the text-to-speech thing. I mean, I type and I still make big typos, so it happens to everyone. Anyone get raptured? Yeah, anyone on that Heaven Wi-Fi right now? So you get a Titanic reference but not Vine? Yeah, like I told you, I'm an old person, exactly. I grew up with Titanic, duh. You've never seen The Lion King? Okay, so I don't know why you're scolding me about Vine right now. You've never seen The Lion King. I was scolding no one? Okay, okay. Just calling me oldie, that's all. No scolding, only attacking. I see. Oh, do you need reading glasses, Jack? I already got them on. It's clearly not helping that much. I got the wrong person. Look, y'all are all talking at the same time, okay? I don't know what's going on. I'm looking at 3 different screens at the same time. Because this is also a screen, I guess, now. We've got some unruly children in here today. Why are we making the vine into a copy pasta to mock me? I can see that I'm being taunted, but I'll wait for the ad break to end before I respond. Welcome back from ad hell, everyone. Now that you're back, I can go back to fighting Monica. What am I gonna do about it? You keep messing around and find out. I have the power to time you out. The position of daddy? No, hang on. I think that, I'm not gonna say that. Of course I read that one. Look, I'm trying my best. If you want to sneak one by me, you can't do it in the middle of fighting. Have I ever tried Tunisian crochet? I love Tunisian crochet. Big fan of Tunisian crochet. That was what I think really propelled me to get back into knitting. Because obviously, you know, it's like a hybrid. But seeing how useful that was, I was like, Tunisian crochet? You haven't heard it said out loud before? Yeah, it's like Tunisia. I keep meaning to learn Tunisian. It's really nice. I highly recommend it. Let me see. I had some really good tutorials for it. I don't remember if I saved them or not. Let me check really quick. I don't think that I did, but I bet I can find them again. So I will post that in the Discord later on. I'm gonna write myself a note. You've been spoiled by stranded knitting. Is it not Tunisian? Am I saying it weird? That's just how I say Tunisia, so Tunisia, I don't know. It feels the same to me, but I accept that my accent is maybe, I feel like people don't think that I really have much of an accent, at least regionally. Obviously I have an American accent, but in terms of a regional accent, but then I think sometimes they don't realize that, like, when I say words like Tunisia, it is actually, like, related to my accent. Oh, like Tunisian? Maybe. I mean, I've always just said Tunisia, so I think probably it's probably okay however you say it. I think that they're all probably, because it's like, okay, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna look up how you say Tunisia correctly, because obviously that is a country.
Tunisia.
According to Google.
Tunisia.
Are y'all hearing that? You should be hearing that because you're getting my desktop audio, so.
Tunisia.
It has it like this on Google. Oh, that's not what I want. Why are you making it so big? Like this. Tunisia. Vindicated. Tunisian. Okay, that one I'm pretty confident is wrong. Don't laugh so hard. Well, stop being so funny then. I know it's wrong, that's why I don't say it. It's fine. You know what? It's okay to be wrong. It's okay. And now you know. You asked and now you learned. I live with my foot in my mouth, I just accept it. Look, I get shit for the way that I say skiing, and I refuse to change it. So, I mean, live your life, right? In my opinion, it's a little bit different because, like, Tunisia is, like, an actual, like, country. So it's, like, the actual name of something from a language that is currently being spoken. So, to me, it just feels a little bit more, like, of, like, a respectful thing. Not that you're respectful for, like, sorry. Not that you are not being respectful because you didn't know how to say it correctly. I think, you know, sometimes you just don't know things and then you have to learn them. That's it. But to me, it makes more sense to, like, worry about correcting myself because of that. Because there is that, like, you know, a culture connected to it. But with skiing, I don't give a shit because it's an old English word, so I can do whatever the fuck I want. Yeah, it is supposed to be skiing because it was once pronounced like that, but now it's being pronounced like skiing because I don't give a shit. So, skine? Wait, like skine? Am I pronouncing that? I don't, okay. See, that one I don't get. The dangers of learning words from reading? Yeah, I was a big reader. The old English couldn't handle the flavor of a single cheese egg. Skine is, yeah, that's weird. Your ADHD meds are wearing off, but you found a music video on YouTube yesterday of somebody translating Kate Blue. Okay, yup, is it Bardcore? They're probably reading it and there's a Germanic root. Oh, okay. So we can be nice about it then. All the people who would have been mad about it are dead, so it's our word now. That's exactly how I feel about it. Obviously with Tunisia, that is not the case. But with skiing, yes. Nobody is currently speaking Old English. So nobody can be like, well, it's from another language, so you need to pronounce it correctly. No, I don't. It's Old English, baby. 2 Nissans. Do you have a friend who's studying Old English literature and reads Beowulf in the original language? I am also terrified of him. That's crazy. Old English is weird. Especially because, like, a lot of what, you know, the average person thinks of as Old English is not actually Old English. Usually it's actually Middle English, which is a little bit closer to regular, like a current version of English. Old English is literally a different language. Yeah, it's so far removed from modern English, it's like impossible unless you learn to read a new language. Shakespearean era English is at least readable. Exactly. That's more like Middle English. Even then, I think I may actually be a little bit incorrect about that. It may not be like, it may be even a little bit more modern than Middle English, I think, but yeah, it's definitely more current than Old English. I have a friend who's gotten into an Irish studies program and will be going to Ireland next year to study Irish history and language. Hell yeah. And is going to be staying in a Gaelic-only house. Is it Gaelic or Gaelic? That'll be really cool. My partner's quite religious, and the fact that he can't read the Bible in the original Hebrew upsets him. He doesn't trust translators and their motivations. I mean, honestly, I think that's fair. You know, we know for a fact that the Bible has been translated so many different times by so many different people with like clear agendas about it. Like the King James version, he like omitted a bunch of stuff, right? So I think that's fair. I think if you're passionate about something, it makes a lot of sense to read it in its original language, because it does. It makes a difference. It changes meanings and things like that. Like I saw, there's this one lady who is getting into translation work. It may even be related to the Bible, and is just talking about how like misogyny, like modern misogyny, so often negatively influences translations with regard to women. And so how sometimes they'll be talking about like, you know, like a woman who's like destitute or like in a bad living situation, and like there's a specific word for that, and then the translators will like interpret that as like prostitute, and it's like, well, no, that's not correct, you know, but it changes the entire perception of like who that person is. You're so impressed with, honestly, anybody who can learn a new language? Yeah, me too. It's difficult. The British pronunciation is like Tunisium. That sounds like something that would be the British pronunciation, yeah. But what? I'm not gonna start throwing shade at England right now. It reminds me of that time a woman translated the Odyssey and everyone told her she was biased, but then she just said, no, everyone else was biased. No, honestly, though, because how are you going to be like, well, you're biased because you're a woman, and it's like, okay, and you're a man. Like, what's your point? Tunisia is how you sound to me. Well, that's because I'm Southern, honey. That's what I'm talking about. Some parts of that are just accent. And I know that people don't even hear the accent because it's like not strong, but it is still in there and it does still influence certain words. And sometimes I get very generous with my vowels. Case in point. Not the honey. No, it's okay. It's okay. I didn't mean it in a shady way. I didn't say bless your hearts. I'm not that kind of Southern. I mean, I am from that area, but I don't say that shit. The people who say that shit piss me off. Generally speaking. A specifically religious Southern type. Exactly. It's like, it just wouldn't be like genuine coming from me because I did not participate in that aspect of Southern culture. Like, it just doesn't ever, I didn't never do the backhanded thing, right? I didn't never do the backhanded being nice to people thing. How much of that is autism? I don't know, but lots of British to and to is pronounced chew. Yeah, like Tuesday. Tuesday, isn't it? God, one of my friends is British, and so sometimes in the voice chat, I just can't help it, and the demons come out. he'll say British, and then the echolalia hits, and I just go British. I feel so bad. I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a dick to you. I just can't help it. It's so fun. It's so fun to say words sometimes, you know? Tuesday does feel really good in my mouth, you know? Sorry, does that make it weird again? Is it weird if I say that things feel good in my mouth? Whoa! Wait, what? Wait, where did automod happen? Automod, show yourself. Hang on, I'm on the wrong screen, that's why. Where? It's not even showing me. Wait, what got automodded? Is the automod in the room with us? Oh, yeah. That must be user settings. Yeah, I don't see it. That's why. That's on your side of things, not my side of things. I see. I was like, oh no, who's in jail? No more censorship for you. Yes, you get to be an adult now. Okay, Taylor Swift reference. See, I'm getting that one. I know some things. Hello, Angel. Welcome to stream. How are you doing today? I know, yeah. I understood that reference. Not gonna lie, I think Taylor Swift is gonna get canceled for something. I mean, I think that she already should have been, but you know. What are we... yeah, don't worry about it. I can permit you. Yeah, just, if you're gonna post a link, just give me a heads up and I can permit you. Autobot, calm down. It's really fine. It's literally fine. Let me make sure it's not gonna get mad at you really quick. I love it being like, you've been warned. Don't do it again. It's literally not that serious. Nightbot turning evil. I mean, it's on theme. Oh, it wasn't a link, it was just you trying to get around it. You were trying to say one of the funniest auto mods you get consistently are on cooking channels where we try to talk about a certain kind of pie. You know why it happens, but you're just talking about baking? Yeah, that's really funny. Wait. Lion King, Taylor Swift, but not Vine. Were you just taking a long nap through the entire 2010s? I was going to college, so kind of. Yeah, I dissociated through the early 2010s, yes. That would be why. It explains so much, yeah. You're back, what's going on? We're playing with Nightbot to see if we can get him to crash out. Swifties are that weird cousin your mom makes you talk to at parties. I love them, but am I one of them? There's levels to this stuff, you know. As with the enjoyment of anything, there's levels. What I could never stand was the Gaylers. That just seems in bad taste to me. There's a term that many of us forget is historically a racial slur, and every time I've seen it get blocked, it's always because somebody forgets that, and they're talking about something else that is also called that. Interesting. Yeah. There's definitely, some interesting overlap out there with language from time to time. Oh, there's a... Rachel Bachner made a Taylor Swift song gay? Hell yeah. Her fans are mad, me included. Yeah, I just generally don't like people commenting on, speculating about people's sexuality and relationships and things like that. I just think it's generally in poor taste, and like, I wouldn't want someone to do that shit to me, so like, don't do it to other people. Like, there's that whole thing about this one person, or several people, honestly, on TikTok who are like, you know, oh yeah, Kurt Cobain was a trans woman, and I'm like, don't do that. I don't think that's true, first of all, but also just like, don't do that. Don't speak for them, you know? Or like, there's one that does it with like Gerard Way, which is so weird. And I'm like, first of all, just because someone wears a skirt that doesn't make them trans, can we not be children about this? But also like, I'm pretty sure if Gerard Way was trans, he would just say that. Like, he does not strike me as someone who's scared of that idea, you know? Yeah, some people just didn't have the language we have now, and it doesn't make it okay to put those labels on them. Absolutely, like, I know sometimes, looking back at history, there are instances where it's like, okay, if this word had existed then it's probable that they would have identified that way, or like, you know, they may not have used the word, but like, you know, they were definitely a queer person, something like that. Like, you can talk about those elements of history without just like erasing people's autonomy. Because sometimes, you know, you have situations where like those terms did exist and the person didn't use them on purpose because that was not an accurate description of their identity. So like, don't speak over them, you know? The queer woman who insists Taylor Swift is writing songs that represent being gay is weird because they're actual sapphic singers. Yes, absolutely. Like, support them. Her music is fun, but no longer her style. That's totally fair. I really enjoyed her pandemic era, the Folklore and Evermore albums. It's one of those things where it's like, I like a song here and there, but I mean, I'm like that for most artists, honestly. There are very few artists where it's like, I would just sit down and listen to an entire album from them. I just kind of jump around a lot with music. Her Evermore album really helped you when you were grieving. It's a good album. That's the one thing that I will say in defense of Taylor Swift, is that it's like, you can criticize her all you want to, because I think that there's a lot of things worth criticizing her about, but it just kind of irks me when people are like, she's not even a good singer, because I'm like, I mean, objectively she is, though. Like, you can dislike her music, that's fine, but like, that is, it's like incorrect. Like, that is something that we are able to judge in an objective capacity, because music is something that involves technical skill, and so saying that she's not good at singing is just incorrect. It's like, I don't criticize her for something legitimate, please. And she has worked so hard to improve her craft. I do agree with that. I think that I think I've remarked on this in the past, that like her abilities as a performer have come a long way for sure. The song Evermore really speaks to your sadness. Yeah, it's a beautiful one. What are the few favorites? I like upbeat music more, so I really like Willow, and then Blank Space, Shake It Off. Like, generally the more poppy stuff is gonna grab my attention. Bejeweled is a good one. You wanted to pop in between meetings to say you love the project and I appreciate you sharing this journey. Thank you so much for popping in, Story for me. I really love seeing you in here, and I hope that you can hang out more next time. Absolutely. You respect her for still being able to switch up her style through so many albums. She's never sounded too samey. I do think that's cool when artists do that. And I like a lot of her songwriting. I think that she has a lot of really interesting things with her lyrics. It's like I got beef with her in her personal life, but you know, I can still respect the art form. Same thing with Beyonce. She's talented, but she's not for you. Yeah, it's okay for artists to not be for everyone. Art does not have to be for everyone, for sure. Beyonce is definitely one of those artists that it's like, I want to like her more than I do, but like, I'm actually not really that into her music. I really need like a consistent like beat as a through line through whatever I'm listening to. And I feel like a lot of her music is a little bit more lyrically driven as opposed to being like driven by the bass and the drums. So I think that it kind of puts me off of a lot of her stuff. But I mean, again, objectively, she's a very talented performer. Someone I love that you'll love if you like screaming and loud and borderline not music is Stomach Book. You know what? That does sound like a band that fits that description. The Beaches, No Hard Feelings, No Skips, queer girl rock band. Okay. Need to get into Hozier. I know I'm saying it wrong. Don't tell me. Yeah, I like some of his stuff too. That's another one where, again, it's like I jump around a lot. Where's your album spreadsheet? There's more? Oh, hell yeah. I love that we're dragging out the spreadsheet right now. You're the opposite, talking about Beyonce, her words and her poetry, it stirs your soul. I think, so to me, the words element of it is a little bit different because I do respect the writing of it. It's more the way that the words are utilized musically. It's really a lot less about the content and more about the mechanical like way that the song is built, because it's just missing a little bit of backbone for me in terms of like, again, like the underlying bass beat of it and everything. Like I get lost, you know, like I can't jazz. Oh my god, like freeform jazz, ugh, I gotta turn it off. I can't do it. It's just too much. Jazz is chaos. Paul's Boutique by the Beastie Boys is criminally underrated. Okay. Toxicity by System of a Down, 100%. Love System of a Down. Pretty Odd by Panic at the Disco. Maps of Non-Existent Places. Thank you, Scientist. You have more no skips than you thought. Hell yeah. You usually just get hooked on a song or two by an artist, but those are albums where you enjoyed every single one. Let's see. For Mechtel, it was Mitski, Be the Cowboy, Cave Town, Lemon Boy, and Anjimile, Give or Taker. I'm not sure how to say that artist's name, sorry. I think I've heard specifically Lemon Boy. Not the album, just the song, I think. It is familiar to me somehow. You struggled with words as a kid, and that's what drew you to Taylor Swift. Maybe it's just one white girl's experience speaking to another white girl's experience. I mean, that's valid. We all have experiences. We all deserve to have them spoken to. I think that, you know, definitely her popularity stems from a lot of people finding her relatable, and I think that that's, I mean, that's valid. The last two people are trans mask, Mitzi is bi. Hell yeah, queer artists. Eternal Sunshine is a no skip album for you. Yeah, I know. Trench by 21 Pilots, agreed. Evermore by Taylor Swift, Into the Woods by Phil Bell, okay. I really be out here mostly listening to gay people, as it should be. Panic at the Disco, Death of a Bachelor, that's a fun album. Unjamile's album is really interesting to me because I don't have a religious upbringing, but in this album they're moving through reconnecting to spirituality in a trans experience, and it's really beautiful and vulnerable. That's really cool. I must not give in to the siren song of One More Row. Oh gosh, but shouldn't you? I'm straight, but I think I just fell in love with your wife. I mean, valid choice. I think more straight people need to get comfortable with the idea of romantic attraction separate from sexual attraction, honestly, so. Okay. It's pronounced Onjamile. Onjamile. Okay, that makes sense. Is it French? Onjamile. You wrote a paper on Death of a Bachelor, specifically Impossible Year, during your Master's in Music program. That sounds like a fun thing to write a paper about. Bittersweet is one of my favorite songs, and it's still not on Spotify. Ugh. I'm glad you got some medicine, Mambo. It's harmonically very interesting. Yeah, I get that. Chronic migraine. Oh, I hate that for you. Migraines are so awful. You don't actually think you're straight, but you pretty much whipped over this one particular human who happens to be a man, so never really had the opportunity to explore that. I mean, that's fair. That's definitely fair. That's like, I still definitely have some questions about like how my romantic attraction works, but it's at the point where it's like, I mean, there's not really a point in like exploring that anymore, so I just don't really worry about a label for that one. It's like, I like my wife, that's all I got. I think it's fine to stop there. Who needs the label? Exactly. Yeah, queer works just fine for me most of the time. Fills in a lot of those gaps. Knowing you like your wife is good? Yeah, for sure. Because some people act like they don't, and that's really sad for them. People who like aren't friends with their spouses, I'm like, y'all need to get it together. Popping in to say, as a non-binary, aromantic, asexual person, I joke that my whole identity is no thank you. I relate to that for sure. Yeah, I'm non-binary, asexual, I just say queer romantic at this point. So it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know. If I like it, I like it. Who cares? Hating your spouse is so normalized for heterosexuals, it's so sad. No, for real. Like, what is that? What is going on with that? Like, put the misogyny down and walk away. You're gonna order that pasta? Oh yeah, you can blame us, that's fine. It is gonna be so good. And then you're gonna thank us. My identity is Tim Allenois. Oh, that's harder to do now. New T lore unlocked. No, it's so funny, like, learning how my voice works again. Oh, yeah, Mambo is dealing with chronic migraine stuff, neck. Your sexuality is so niche, it doesn't have a flag. Well, I guess you need to pioneer one, then. It's crazy to hear, considering the number of flags now. No, for real. It does, but no official one. I see. There are two that are very popular. Have you tried screaming? Because apparently you can't do that on T. I would give you an example, but the mic wouldn't pick it up anyway, because it would, you know, peak. But I can still scream. So it's really interesting because it's so funny. Yeah, it is. So a lot of times I'll laugh so hard, I'll squeak, right? And that's how I know I can do it. I'm still getting the voice cracks. But there's the range that I used to be at is now inaccessible to me. So I go over it. I just skip over it. So I think I could still scream because I'm getting that squeak. I guess I haven't tried. Huh. Actually, I don't... Huh. I think I could, though. Yeah, it's a whole new thing with my voice. It's a voluntary second puberty. I think it's pretty reasonable to say that that is brave and strong. I mean, it's like... I can understand why it would seem scary to, go through it again, but I think it's, exciting because I'm unlocking changes that I'm excited about, and, I'm getting something positive out of it, and something that, I know that I want. So, it's like I have at least the guidance of knowing what direction I'm going in. Yeah, I'm becoming who I want to be, exactly. So it's not like I'm going through this change and I have no idea what's going to be on the other side. I may not know for sure which of the grab bag of masculine traits I'm going to get, but, I at least know what's possible and I'm good with all of it. So yeah, it's more exciting than anything. But I can also understand how if you do not desire that at all, it would seem like really like bizarre and scary. Yeah, for sure. How on earth do you not end up with a giant knot when working with that many threads? So periodically you'll see me do this. I work in sections, and at the end of each section I go through and I comb out the floss with my fingers to get all of those tangles out, because otherwise it would, it'll not, it will not. But this is 100% cotton floss, so I feel like it's not as bad about catching on the other strands because of that. There's no, there's not really any pilling to it. It'll get a little bit linty after a while from being touched so much, but it's, you know, with acrylics and with wool, sometimes the fibers can really like lock together. And so that can make those tangles even more difficult to pick out. You had a huge identity crisis 2 years ago. The mental overhaul was nuts. You're imagining that on a physical level? I mean, I feel like it's definitely more positive than that. Because to me, identity crisis feels like a distressing thing versus like what I was experiencing before was the distressing part, and now I'm experiencing relief from that. So it's kind of the opposite almost, in my opinion anyway. It's different for everybody, but who knew that having an undiagnosed executive dysfunction and emotional regulation disorder would make hormones even worse? Ugh. The way that things compound is so hard. I remember telling my mother I had ADHD at 23, and she was like, yeah, I know, you seemed fine, so I just didn't think you needed help. Oh, that is so hard. Have you considered braiding some of the floss to keep it somewhat together? I don't really feel like I need to do that, just because I have the clips already, so, it's already pretty, like, contained and together. Yeah, you can see down here at the bottom, I just take each section as I get done with it, and I just wrap it up like this, and then I clip it down to the bottom. And I think that that achieves the same goal and keeps it very nice and tidy. I know it still looks crazy, but that's because a lot of these are just really short ends, so they don't get in my way. My teacher came to my parents and said she thought I was autistic, and my parents said no. And when I came to them and said I thought I had it, they said, no, you. Oh my God. It's like, I understand the reasoning. I don't understand it. I understand what the reasoning is that some parents have for resisting diagnosis for their kids, because they think that having the diagnosis will be what contributes to the stigma. But it's such a confusion of correlation and causation, because it's like, no, you're just making it harder by not giving them the opportunity to access the resources that they need. At least these days. I know it's not always that straightforward in terms of, like, historically. Like, there were definitely times when having a diagnosis was dangerous in a lot of ways because of institutionalization and things like that, but I don't think that that's what we're looking at anymore. At least not on the whole. You would say, you didn't have the word asexual yet, so you would just say, I'm not interested, just pretend I'm smooth like a Ken doll down there. Honestly, that's so relatable in a weird way. Getting an autism diagnosis was so funny with my mom. She was like, doesn't everyone do that? Mom, I have some news for you. No, for real. Like, I talked to my mom about it recently, and I was really expecting her to, like, not really get what I was talking about, but her reaction was so much more like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I relate to a lot of that, and I'm like, oh, I was not expecting this. The autism made me immune to thinking I was the odd one out. Okay. Somebody finally talking about that and acknowledging it. I'm like, how are you, if you are autistic, how are you supposed to recognize that you are getting bullied, though? Like, you can't just ask me if I got bullied. I don't know. I didn't pay attention to those fucking kids. I was too busy being awesome and reading books. Also, like, you know, how other people treat you should not have any relationship to diagnostic criteria. Oh, in the romantic sense, that makes sense too. You thought everyone else was putting it on for attention. Yeah, that makes sense too. This has been lovely, but you've got to go get the bats. Yes, go have bat time. I hope that is so much fun. Yes, take pictures. Feel free to post them on the Discord. Would love to see you petting a bat. That sounds awesome. Thank you for hanging out today. The opposite of the general idea of asexual is allosexual. Yeah. I feel like hypersexual would be different from allosexual. That seems like beyond like typical sexual expression. But I don't know. I don't know how they're using it in this particular instance. Because obviously, like, there are atypical presentations of sexuality that are the opposite of asexuality, right? Allo just means not asexual. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, hypersexual is more like I need to have sex every day. Yeah. I was going to get 18 lace rows done during stream today. I have done 3. Okay, you have this much time to get the rest of them done. How do you know which green to use in that forest section? I wish that I had a good answer for you, but it really is just a matter of I got used to how close together all the different greens are, and now I can tell them apart more easily. Because initially I was very intimidated by how similar all the greens are. I was really worried that I wasn't going to be able to tell what I was looking at, but I did in fact get used to them. And now I find them pretty, not pretty distinct, but like definitely distinct enough. Like I can tell when I've started using the wrong one. As a colorblind person, the greens would be a nightmare. Yeah, it's... Color vision is definitely a privilege to have. And I generally have pretty good color vision, so I'm pretty thankful for that. I think that's probably a little bit of an understatement. I think that I have very good color vision. I do struggle with it in a digital capacity a lot of the time, though. I think that I just get fatigue really badly when utilizing my color vision. So, like, this is fine because I already, like, understand these colors, but, like, color mixing when I was in college, like, and part of that could just be because I was in college and I was generally, like, burning myself out really bad, but I had this one point in time where I was experiencing eye strain, like eye fatigue, so bad that I stopped being able to see the color of the oil paint that I was using. Like, the only thing that I could see was like a sheen over the top of it, like it was being hit directly with a light and causing reflection, and so they all just looked like white and reflective to me. And I ended up just like dropping out of that class because I was like, I don't know what's going on, but I can't do this anymore. The threads on the back look like long grass. They really do. I think they're pretty satisfying. Everyone's stitching like their lives depend on it. Yeah, let's go. Of course, the quieter you are, the faster I get. So you don't want to get too quiet, because then I'll have nothing to distract me, and then you'll have less time. So how's that for a mindfuck? You're just gonna have to work as a team, is the answer. Or come back tomorrow. You'll hold me hostage while everyone else works. You're about to smoke up the whole house? Enjoy that. Enjoy yourself. You're not that fast at crochet, you get yarn burn? Oof. Don't want to do that. Yeah, calluses are helpful. Or the ring. A yarn guide ring, but not a tension one? What's... There's a difference in the two? I think I know what you're talking about. You'll take a picture? Okay, sounds good. Your wrists are your limiting resource. That's understandable. But I do think that, like, you may find that mixing up your yarn weights can help, because I find this size of crochet to be a lot less stressful on my hands than working, like, with worsted weight. So, you know, it may be that different yarn weights are more or less stressful for your hands. You also work a job that's very wrist intensive? I see. Ad break's gonna start in 1 minute. I have a ring, but it makes the burn worse, so I don't know if that's the one you're talking about. Yeah, that's one of the things that, like, I feel like it might bother me if I tried the ring. You hated the rings, they slowed you down? Yeah, everybody's different for sure. I feel like when my hands get a little bit, like, warm when I'm working, I don't like how it makes metal feel on my skin. So, like, I used to enjoy wearing a lot of, like, regular rings on my hands, but I think when I really got into crochet, that was when I stopped wearing them, because, like, I didn't like how that felt to have, like, sweaty hands with rings on. Posted pics in the media chat, thank you. Yeah, you hold your yarn similarly with the pointer finger and it's an indented for your finger. Yeah, it do be like that. Still not as dramatic as when I was in school and I was doing printmaking. So by the time I got done, I had basically flattened, just like permanently flattened the end of this finger. So it was just, you know, it's just like that, and it looked really sad and saggy. And I also popped this finger out of socket doing printmaking. So for years after that, I would have to regularly pop it back in. It's much better now. I do still have to do it every once in a while, but it used to be like multiple times a day. So people will talk to me about, like, be careful about, you know, not hurting your hands, not hurting your wrists, and I'm like, trust me, I have been through all of that. I know what to look out for. Because, yeah, repetitive stress injuries, they'll get you. They're no joke. Not the ad. Okay, hopefully the ad break is over. You use compression gloves, you have sensory issues, and it helps a lot. That makes a lot of sense. I don't really like having gloves on my hands either. I don't like things being on my hands. I don't like to use lotion on my hands. I don't really like wearing gloves in the wintertime, even though I do, because it's bad for your joints if your hands are getting too cold regularly. But compression gloves make sense. Why they would be helpful. Just smash out a whole row. Okay, see? Yeah. Good job. You have ulnar nerve entrapment, which will inevitably need surgery, but the crochet must go on. That's too bad. I mean, at least you know what the problem is, I guess. Not the we missed you. Are y'all trying to be bad influences? I mean, it's sweet, but... Don't do this to me. This is what we need the craft circle for. Yes, for those of you who have not seen, there is a move in the Discord to put together a couple crafting circles so that people can hang out together and work on stuff during the week. As if the craft circle would be any better. Well, maybe, if you're just gabbing and not having to type, you know? It has not been officially decided yet. There is a poll going in the general chat right now to determine what day works best, at least for the Europeans. So the idea that I saw floated was that there could be multiple different ones. So maybe have a time block that's more geared towards people in the US and the time block that's more geared towards the Europeans. Obviously, you know, you can still go to whichever one you want, but like, just making it more available for people in those time zones. So yeah, if you want to check that out and vote. You're just so ready to get out of this lace section. Your mouth works faster than your hands. It takes way too much concentration. You just can't count to 6. Counting is hard. I'm really happy that I don't have to count very much in this section, because I just am following the picture. So a lot of times I'll just be like, okay, and then I just crochet with this color until I find dark green, and then I switch colors when I hit dark green. Come on. Yay! I'm what's 9 plus 10? Reference Jack won't get. Wow. Vine lives on in all of us except Jack. I'm not a knower, it's true. At least I'm not the only one who's getting bullied now. Yes, we are coming to a conclusion. I am sorry. Only took 4 hours, whatever. I mean, at least we're being pretty consistent with it. We're getting bullied together, yes. It seems like, generally speaking, doing 1 row on stream takes about 4 hours. Huh. Another one completed. Where did I put my stitch marker? There it is. I wonder if you'd go faster without us. Oh yeah, for sure I would, but that's not the point. How long does a row take when we're not all squabbling at you? About 2.5 hours. So, you know, it takes about twice as long, but that's okay. It's still really fun. And I think it does still definitely help me with, like, motivation and not leaving it to the last second. And, you know, it's fun to get to talk with everyone, and I enjoy it. So yes, you'll see how messy it looks right now. This is how I'm avoiding tangles, is just at the end of sections, go through, comb through it, work out all of those tangly bits, undo any knots that are trying to form. So that's how I keep it from being a mess. The joint crafting time. Yeah, I think the body doubling is so helpful for sure. 4 rows is definitely better than no rows. Absolutely. How often am I going to stream this? So I do currently twice a week, Thursday and Friday. So I will be back tomorrow, again at noon Pacific time. You can find my schedule here on Twitch, on my channel. I also have it posted on all of my socials, but I believe if you look at it here on Twitch, it will translate it into your time zone for you. So, that might make it a little easier. Double would be 5 hours. Don't slander us like that. Okay, sometimes it only takes me 2 hours, so. But you're right, you're right. So you're on the lower end of double time. So like whenever I get to the end of a, the finger combing looks like a sensory joy to do it. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Whenever I get to the end of a row, another thing that I like to do is just give the map a stretch along the new row that I just made, and I feel like it helps to even out the stitches a little bit and open them up for the next row. And you can see along the edge here, possibly, that it's not leaning in quite as much. Yeah, big stretch. So when this is all completed, it will all get stretched this way more than anything, but right now there's too much bounce back, so it's not going to stay if I do that, so. Okay, so let's have everybody's progress report. How did we do today? Rise and shine, everyone. Here's our big stretch. You did 4 rows of annoying lace. Excellent. Good job. You took a wonderful, go take a wonderful break. I've earned it. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm gonna play the hell out of some Palia. And you ate some chips and dip and you ordered pasta. So that's very productive. You procrastinated at work. 2 rows of grapes. Hell yeah. That sounds like, it makes it sound like you ate 2 rows of grapes when you say it like that. You did 3 really long rows. Hell yeah. Thank you for stream. Thank you for coming. I appreciate all of y'all hanging out with me again. For those of you who would like some more company while you work on things, we are gonna see if we can make raiding work today. It looks like the person that was recommended is no longer online. So let's see if I can make this work today. I tried to raid this person last time and it did not work, so we'll give it a go. They're currently playing Minecraft and they are doing a uncapped subathon, so that's a fun thing to drop everyone into. Okay. It doesn't like their username for some reason. I'm like, what do you want from me? That's what it is. Let's see, maybe I can do it this way. Okay. Aha, I got it. I got it figured out. Don't worry about it. We're raiding. Okay. I will see y'all next time. I'll see you in the Discord. Thank you so much for joining me today. Kisses to everyone. And go greet Soph with an evil raid. See y'all tomorrow.